Doug, are you first?
Yeah. Good morning, Alois.
Good morning, how are you?
Oh, very good. Good. Yeah, good.
Dinner with your lovely.
Raymond, are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our meeting. As Chair of Endowment Management Committee of the University of Houston System Board of Regents, I would now like to call this meeting to order. There are 8 items listed on your agenda today. 2 action items for the committee considerations, 5 action items for the committee and the board's consideration, and 1 for information only. After each action items has to be presented, I will ask the committee if there are any questions and call for the vote. If circumstances are warranted, I will call for a vote to place any items on the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval. We have 2 representatives from our investment firm, NEPC, Sam Pollock, partner, and Ryan Walter, senior consultant, who are attending our meeting today. Welcome everyone to our meeting today. I would like to introduce our first item requiring committee approval, the minutes from the Endowment Management Committee meeting held on November 16, 2023. Does anyone have any corrections to these items? Do I hear a motion to approve these items? Thanks. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? The minutes from the November 16, 2023 Endowment Management Committee meeting are hereby approved. The first agenda item to be presented today is item C, a report from NEPC regarding the University of Houston System Endowment and non-endowment portfolio. Mr. Raymond Bartlett, Senior Vice Chancellor for the Administration and Finance, will you please introduce this item?
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Pollock to discuss the performance, asset allocation, and other aspects of both the endowed and non-endowed portfolio.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. Good morning, everyone. Great fun to be here, always. It's particularly great fun to be here when numbers are robust. So thank you. We have a fairly full agenda. We'll move through it efficiently, but look forward, I think, to a robust discussion. This is a nice opportunity, not just to take a victory lap, but to really look at what's working and what changes should we be thinking about to take the endowment and its support for the university to that next level. It's been a very positive trajectory. We're very excited to see that, and there are some opportunities to continue moving forward better and better and better. I'll start, with a brief review of some of the performance highlights. Perhaps if someone here could jump it to page 10 of our materials. I tried to get it working here. Are you able to? Oh, excellent. Perfect. Thank you so much. I will highlight, as you noted in review of the materials, that the endowment fund returned a positive 10.4% in the past calendar year, 7.1 annualized for the past 3 years, and now 10.5% for the past 5 years. On balance, on a very positive trajectory, and as we will see, the performance relative to peers also has been very robust, and that'll afford us, I think, an important strategic comparison that I want to engage this group about in particular. You can see that relative to the benchmark outperforming for the 3, 5, and 10-year periods, And in terms of routine maintenance, we'll be recommending some specific actions later today, both some re-up with an existing private fund manager, the raising of the payout for the year, and so forth. I will move to the following page, if we could, please. Is this working? Okay. And highlight some of the outcomes here for this particular peer group. Again, this data 1 quarter beyond in arrears relative to the rest of the materials, so that all of the peers can report their information. As of 9/30, you can see continued long-term outperformance and positive trajectory in the nearer term, relative not only to the broad universe of colleges and universities, but specifically the peer group that was developed for UH. I'll draw your attention specifically for our continued exploration and discussion of the strategy for this portfolio to a couple of numbers here. Of course, the institutions themselves are not listed by name to protect either the innocent or the guilty, but I will highlight, if you look in the 5-year column, you'll notice that the single best return belongs to institution number 4 on that list. Institution number 4 generated, or at least reported, a return of 10.6% annualized over that period, which is really quite compelling. That university, if you scan over under the PE and VC column, had a full 47% of its portfolio committed to illiquid investments just in private equity and venture capital. So that's quite clearly a critical driver of the outcome from a return standpoint over that period. Interestingly, if you look at their 1-year return, it's the absolute worst in this peer group. And so again, I think it's worth taking a second to look at and perhaps celebrate the sort of more steady outperformance that UH has enjoyed, which is to say more consistently above average with this peer group. Now, our aspiration and that of some in this group has clearly been to keep pushing the gas pedal, and that's nice that we're above average, but you know, to quote a Men in Black movie from many years ago, the best of the best of the best, sir. And that's certainly in some ways the aspiration. But I think it's worth taking a minute to look at what does it take to be truly different from the peer group. And if you want a different outcome, the reality is you have to look different and you have to bear some different risks.
It's lower than average, it's not average. Over 10-year period, you know, if you look at it, it's lower than average.
Excuse me, I misspoke. The 10-year, you're correct. I intended to refer to the 5-year period. Although we're quite proud of our collaboration with the university and this group, it doesn't date to 10 years. So I misspoke, Chancellor. Thank you for pointing that out. And I think that speaks to what we feel is a positive trajectory, that it has been improving over that period in the past 3 to 5 years. And a number of factors, of course, driving that. But thank you. You are correct.
What is the question?
Is number 4 can you tell us whether number 4 is a state school, a private school, or
we
that?
cannot. Again, it's a third-party data provider that doesn't, to our understanding, for whatever reasons, protecting the guilty, as I said, or innocent. So the peer group that was developed was focused on the asset range, and consequently, there's a broad array of possible factors here: public, private. The size of the endowment may be the same, but in one case, a university might spend 4.5% from the endowment, and that's 0.02% of their annual operating budget, and in another case, that's 20% of the operating budget. And so there are, I think, thank you for pointing it out, there are very significant differences from one to the next. Nonetheless, at the urging of the regents in prior, meetings over the past several years, the focus was squarely on, let's make sure the size is comparable, so we're not comparing ourselves to Harvard and Yale and so on
So
and
these
so
are
forth.
similar sized?
They are colleges and universities, as you see at the top of that page, with assets
Okay,
between
got it.
750 million and 2 billion.
Okay.
I remember we used to get the names of the institution and public and private 7-8 years ago, when we started it. Somehow they don't share that anymore. Can we request that, Mr. Bartlett?
I can ask if they'll provide that information. Typically, in the past, you're right, the third party, the previous group that provided that information would provide it in a scrambled format so that we didn't know who was whom. But we can ask if they can provide that list for us again, and I'll follow up on that.
And
Yeah,
I believe,
I remember seeing it before. You had provided
That is
two,
correct.
3 times. In fact, for 2-3 years, we used to get it.
Yep, that's
and
correct.
I believe it is the same, Regent Agrawal, the same data provider that has been engaged throughout, so we can certainly ask them the question. And much as I enjoyed, seeing the success of the UH men's basketball team thus far this year, we also want to kind of enjoy every moment of relative outperformance. So if we can obtain that information, we will certainly do so.
So strategically, really, if we believe that goals should drive the strategy, there are 2 ways of going about it. One is either we set the goal of what kind of performance we want, and we can say, well, we always want to be top or, wherever, and then the strategy will drive it, and the strategy could be what is the percentage allocation, how risky the portfolio becomes. Or we can decide how much risk we want to take, and then we decide, strategies will drive that goal. And I think both will reach at 2 different places. And when you said it, that whether it's 20% or 0.2%, I think that's where the difference is. If you have more reliance on your endowment, then you are going to take less risk. Mm-hmm. However, if you don't have that much reliance, you could take more risk. So I think after the presentation, since next maybe time 2-3 months, we need to dig into it and decide what is going to be our goal and what should be our strategy, because you'll go and execute whatever strategy we come up with.
That's right. Chancellor, thank you. Literally could not have put it better. And in fact, the strategy in place today is exactly that. It is a reflection of the input from the regents 3 or so years ago as to risk appetite and so forth. And you're correct that the reliance of the university on these funds is another very important part of the equation.
Does the board decide that, or a committee, the risk?
Either the endowment committee
We
decides.
changed our allocations about 3-4
Right.
years ago, and that's maybe one of the reasons.
So out of these 15 universities you have, which one seems to be the closest to our distribution of portfolio, at least, or in terms of risk? It's hard for me to see so quickly, but information is here. Some universities clearly look, number 4 is not like us because they're taking way more risk. But there might be some others, and we just want to make sure if the distribution is same, then at least our performance should be same. We should strive to be at least, do better.
Absolutely. Again, just eyeballing it here, number 7 has a lot of common ground in terms of the allocation. And, it would appear that the university's performance is notably better for kind of the most comparable allocation, which speaks to success in manager selection and other considerations.
It looks like the hedge fund quadrant has hurt a lot of universities, and we're low on that, which is good.
I think that's right, and Regent King speaks to one of the challenges here, in that hedge funds can mean a million different things. Yep. And some investors and some universities pursue hedge funds dominantly in equity-linked strategies, and others really more for diversification or other purposes. But you're absolutely correct that has been a headwind. It's certainly an area where fees tend to be appreciably higher, and that's another area, although we haven't discussed it today, where we're acutely focused on behalf of the university on managing fees, driving down costs, because that's the one lever we do control collectively. We don't control the outcome, but we do control, of course, the economics, and believe the university is in excellent shape in that regard. Now, to be clear, we're not averse on your behalf to paying up if we think there's an opportunity where a manager can really deliver. So it's not just about lowest cost, but we want to make sure that the costs are at minimum very competitive. Before continuing on with some specific comments on managers, any additional input or questions on these strategic issues that we should be thinking about as we continue these discussions as the Chancellor outlined in future meetings? Okay, thank you. I will continue briefly with a couple of comments on the following pages. I'll jump, if we may, to page 14. Thank you. Okay, thank you. One area I will highlight, and there have been a number of positive, perhaps subtle moves made in the endowment over the past few years. One was the introduction of global equity, and those regents who were here at the time may recall that we had 3 consecutive quarterly discussions to get to a point of comfort introducing global equity, because this was new and different, and global equity managers, as we define that, have the latitude to invest in companies that are both U.S. domiciled or domiciled outside of the United States. And so this was new. Now, it happens that many of them, not surprisingly, have favored U.S. investments in recent years for a variety of reasons. But this has been a very positive element in the equation. If you look at Arrow Street's performance since inception, they're up 6.1%. Annualized versus 3.1 for the index. Now, in the past year, there's been a little bit of underperformance, but our expectation was always that this would be relatively high batting average, fairly consistent, and I don't want to say modest outperformance, but the range of tracking error should be relatively controlled. We also at the time recommended some other managers that perhaps over the long term might have even greater degree of outperformance, but might be subject to much more significant volatility in the near term. And I firmly believe, and we firmly believe, that introducing this particular manager was not only a positive move in general, but was a positive move for UH and for this group specifically, because it was a good and positive and comfortable first experience in this asset class. And later we will be talking about continuing to capitalize on that opportunity set and introducing a manager that we believe has great potential in there, but is 100% to be expected to be much more volatile. And I think that ties with the aspirational aspect of pushing forward, pursuing top quartile outcomes without necessarily changing the overall allocation. So there are some things we can do within the current structure, and we'll be talking about that in a few minutes. A number of regents asked about interest rates, and I suppose it's relatively intellectually honest to say we don't know where interest rates are going. Certainly there's an expectation that rates will eventually moderate. The expectation that most market participants have for interest rate cuts a short while ago was 6 cuts in the next year, and then 2 cuts in the next year, and the Fed certainly has telegraphed an evolving perspective on that. To give and hopefully reinforce a sense of comfort in the stewardship of this funds, what I'll point out is you don't have to be perfectly accurate in that. And one of the things that we collectively have done to bolster the outcome for the university is introduce elements that can perform well in different possible environments from an interest rate and credit standpoint. For example, the introduction of short duration fixed income over the past year and actually longer has been positive. You can see the performance since inception up 4.2 annualized versus 3.8, and that's much less susceptible to interest rate volatility. There will be periods where that may underperform as well, but from a risk management and from an upside capture standpoint, we think the elements that are in place in the fixed income portion of the portfolio, which is so unloved and gets a lot less attention from us, that those elements are very positive in general and positive for the structure of the endowment portfolio. And ultimately, the proof is in the pudding. As you see, the aggregate return on fixed income within the past 1 year reported at 6.8%, where the U.S. aggregate index, those of us know it as the Bloomberg, previously Barclays, previously Lehman aggregate index, depending on your vintage, returned 5.5%. That's real money and real benefit to the university while maintaining liquidity and relatively low cost in the structure. So I may not end up speaking with you about fixed income for the next 2 years, but I think we owed it to the group to make sure there was a sense of the role that plays in the portfolio. Not just that the returns have been there, but that the cost has been managed, the liquidity is there, and the combination of managers protects against some of the possible wildness we see in the fixed income markets. I'll point out on the following page, if I may, a couple of quick highlights here. One, a relatively small exposure to marketable real assets, and that's something we'll be speaking about today and in general as a strategic matter. That's been a part of the portfolio for some time, and it may be that as the private investments become over time a larger portion of the portfolio, that this is an opportunity to say maybe we over time reallocate in some ways because we see greater opportunities elsewhere. We'll be speaking about that a little bit later today. Regent King, you asked about hedge funds, and I'll point out that, again, that the focus for the university and the endowment portfolio within hedge funds is really on pursuing elements that are not otherwise represented in your portfolio and that we believe can contribute. And you see that the 1-year return for the hedge fund index, and indexes are a little bit problematic in the hedge fund realm, but nonetheless was a 6.4% return, and the return for the university was 11.1%, driven by a combination of factors, but really some positive outcomes from most of the 4 managers in that mix, and they continue to contribute different things to the portfolio that we believe are important and additive. For example, the most recent addition to the mix was 400 Capital. They focus on structured credit, and one way to think about structured credit is it's typically debt that is linked to some other asset or loan. For example, mortgage debt, as opposed to the vast majority of fixed income in the portfolio, which is corporate debt, treasuries, agencies, and the like. And granted, it's been a very short period, but very excited to see that with that focus, that fund up 10% in the past year. It was a nice addition to the portfolio. So these incremental changes that we have collaborated on recently and over the past 3 or 4 years have been really positive without changing the overall strategic approach. And it's healthy every once in a while, of course, to revisit that strategic approach. And again, Chancellor, thank you for articulating it so well. And that's something we'll continue to do in coming meetings with the group.
Could you please talk a little bit about the real estate assets that we have, particularly now that we know that the stress on office space will continue to exist, and if our portfolio is vulnerable for that?
Thank you. If that wasn't heard, I'll just repeat. The question was about real estate investments in the portfolio, how that has evolved, and what level of exposure there may be, particularly to the challenges facing office real estate. And I would share that the real estate exposure is exceptionally modest in the portfolio. We think of real estate and real assets together in some ways, although they're distinctly different. They're both physical real assets in one form or another. The real estate exposure, as you see under the marketable real assets, comes in the Vanguard Real Estate Index Fund, and that's one we will be talking about a little later today, for just the reason you highlight, but also to facilitate the capital needs of the university. That is a broadly diversified real estate fund, but as with such funds, office is often a part of it. The private side of that ledger is significantly less exposed in general to real estate, and within that real estate exposure, the office piece of it is comparatively light. And that's an interesting question. We will also be making a recommendation to re-up with a real estate fund, specifically Penzance, and I don't want to steal the thunder from the later discussion, but we will be talking about that exact issue and how they've navigated quite opportunistically the challenges and opportunities in the real estate market. And we think that if you're going to participate in real estate, having some defined edge, market expertise, sector expertise, really an opportunistic lens, and we will be speaking to that. But sometimes to really profit from real estate, interestingly, we all know how unloved office space is these days. Sometimes a successful real estate investor can pursue an office property and convert it to other use. And the ability to do that can be hampered by a lot of factors. Perhaps there are tenants that must be allowed to remain for 3 years. And some investors will simply say, hey, we're not touching that. On the other hand, if you have the patience and the acumen and the ability to wait out that 3 years, you might actually generate a tremendous return from it, because you're going in when others will simply pass. And so again, Chancellor, I don't mean to give a long-winded answer to your question, but that's exactly something we like with Penzance, who we will be speaking about a little later today.
Where would we find the real estate listed under the performance detail?
The real estate pieces are listed within that private real assets piece at the bottom of the page that's up on screen.
Okay, yeah.
And they are broken out in a little detail separately on the following page in the private portion.
So that is.
And there you can see that the multiple earned, and this dates back probably 2 decades, so this is over a long period, not just the recent outcomes, but the multiple that the university has generated on investments in real assets other than real estate is about 1.5. The multiple on real estate investments has been lower. It's about 1.25. And so that's, again, something that we continue to think about. And again, thank you for the question, as that was really the impetus for why in our early engagement with this group, we said if you only have so much that you can put in illiquid investments, please make sure that the lion's share of that goes into private equity, given what we perceive to be the higher return potential among all the various illiquid asset classes. And that has been borne out, as you see on that page, by a cumulative multiple of about 1.8 across all of the private equity investments. I'd like to keep us on track vis-a-vis our time, but I want to thank every one of the regents for these questions. These are important strategic discussions that in some ways have an even greater impact than this manager or that manager. So thank you for your partnership in that. If there are no further questions, I'll turn it back to Mr. Bartlett for for the next item.
Do you want to talk about non-endowed?
Oh, excuse me, thank you. Got ahead of ourselves. Yes, let's also talk at least briefly about the non-endowed, which we can jump to page 22. Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. The non-endowed really features a lot of the same elements that we spoke about just a moment ago, specifically diversifying the fixed income holdings to ensure that the participation in the upside is there, but a focus, as the non-endowed portfolio always has, primary focus on capital preservation. So we want to ensure that that's there, but also that there's upside. That's borne out in the one-year period. You can see the non-endowed assets generated a return of 5.4% in aggregate, and the cash pool up 4.9%, and the liquidity pool up 6% within that time period. The cash pool, a reminder, is money market-like, the ultimate defensive piece, and the liquidity pool incorporates more fixed income. And one of the more recent moves within the non-endowed pool over the past year was, by virtue of good fortune and the relative financial strength of the university, to shift more to the liquidity pool. And as a result, there was an incremental full % earned on those assets. Doesn't sound like much. I assure you that on a large pool of assets, that's quite a lot of money for benefit of the university. And you can see that particularly also in the fiscal year-to-date period, when a lot of that move had been accomplished, a difference of 3.5% return for the liquidity pool versus 1.8 for the cash pool. Again, estimating where the cards will land is a very difficult matter, but we do believe that introducing some of these other elements, as we talked about short duration and preserving some of the other parts of the portfolio that allow the non-endowed to pursue some upside at the same, while primarily focusing on defense, have been very positive. And on page 26, you can see the individual detail there and the different managers contributing toward that. Happily, I think it's a fairly straightforward and self-explanatory situation, but I always give it short shrift. My apologies for doing that, and I hope today's brief discussion is helpful in understanding the oversight of these particular funds.
Regent Agrawal, this completes item C if there are no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. This item was presented for information only and requires no action by the committee. The next item listed on the agenda today is item D. Approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts for the hiring of a private investment manager for the University of Houston System Endowment.
Yes, sir. Okay, I'll take it from here. Thank you. I would like to. I'll turn it over to Mr. Pollack to talk about a recommendation. I think he's teed up the conversation on Penzance, a real estate fund, $7.5 million commitment in which we're an existing LP and a couple of other funds already. So let me turn it over to the team.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. I'll turn the microphone to my colleague, Mr. Walter, to lead this part of the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett and Mr. Pollack. Today we are recommending what's known as re-upping with an existing manager. And that manager, as Mr. Pollack mentioned before, is Penzance. They are currently raising their third fund in the marketplace. The size of their fundraise is going to be a $500 million fund. And it is interesting to note that the university system was an investor with Penzance in their very first fund. That was back in 2018. That was also a $7.5 million commitment. They came out with their second fund in 2020 that the system committed to in an amount of $5 million. Both have generated strong returns. The 2018 fund has a 10% plus IRR. 2020 is relatively new still, but already in the top decile. When we talk about peer group comparisons, they have shown very strong returns so far, with some development properties that they've been involved in that have generated upper 2.5, 3 times multiple on investment already. So they are geographically focused in the mid-Atlantic, but think mostly Washington, D.C., surrounding areas as well. And we find them to be uniquely advantaged due to just their local knowledge of the marketplace and ability to navigate situations that may present them with interesting opportunities. So they do not focus on a particular type of property. If you had to put them in a box, they would be known as a value add manager. So that's taking an existing property, for the sake of simplicity, maybe fixing it up a little bit, repurposing, refreshing it, and flipping it essentially. But that does not mean that they won't get involved in other areas of real estate. You know, on the other end of that spectrum is development, which they recently developed a data center in Virginia that has led to some very outsized returns that is very constructive for us. So we are recommending now their third fund, as I mentioned, raising $500 million. We are recommending a $7.5 million commitment to Fund 3. And we are excited to make that recommendation and continue that partnership. So happy to answer your questions.
What is the fund life?
Yeah, so they have a term of 10 years, but they do have optionality for another 2. So they would extend it a year and then extend it another year.
Return profile?
They are targeting like an upper 1, almost 2x multiple,
Okay.
and returns of, let's say, teens to upper teens on an
On the
IRR.
IRR?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what, are the founders of this firm still in management of the
Yeah.
firm?
Yeah, there are 2. Julia Springer is the main decision maker, and she's a founder as well as her partner.
Okay.
Life partner and business partner.
Yeah, we may add, yes.
But they have built really an impressive team with industry veterans from some of the elite real estate firms, you know, really in the country. And
Are they out of New York?
the DC area.
DC.
And if I may say that, we are showing a preference for a private real estate manager. As we get to our cash raise later in the agenda, we'll speak to kind of the public side of our exposure. So we do favor a private, more opportunistic manager. What's unique about this fund is their investment period is 4 years. So while we may see some stress in real estate right now, we view that as an opportunistic opportunity, excuse the double language there, an opportunity over the next 4 years to be selective and opportunistic in any real estate opportunities that present themselves. So they'll have some flexibility with putting those dollars to work over the next 4 years.
The development part is the intriguing part because you get the higher returns, but it is higher risk. So it's unusual to have that much of a diversity within one particular group, right?
It is, Regent King, and I think that's one of the things we like here. Certainly, they've delivered some outstanding results, and that's a little bit of philosophical question, particularly within real estate. Do you want a sector specialist that is an expert in senior housing or data centers? Because there's real domain expertise, but what if that sector falls out of favor? On the other hand, a generalist may or may not have the relevant expertise. We don't want to be so rigid in our definition that we say it must look like this and it must have always 20%, perhaps, Chancellor, to your point, 20% in office and 20% in this. And so to afford a skilled manager with a real pedigree across their team the latitude to pursue different opportunities, we recognize that there are some risks in that latitude, and there are risks also with the geographic focus, although there are certainly some demographic trends that favor that DC market. But as one part of the overall equation in the endowment portfolio, we view this as very positive.
If there are no other questions, this would complete item D, Regent Agrawal.
So thank you very much. Are there any additional questions? May I hear a motion to approve this item as presented? Thanks. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. And this item is hereby approved by the committee. No further board action is required. The next item listed on the agenda today is item E. Approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate, execute contracts for hiring of a global public equity manager, the partial redemption of public equity managers of the University of Houston System Endowment Fund. So, Mr. Bartlett,
Yep.
please make a presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to the team to talk about a $50 million commitment or investment in a fund by the name of Jennison Global Opportunity. It spoke a few minutes ago about global equity. This is, if you will, a continuation of that theme, and it will be sourced through some partial redemptions from existing managers, which they will discuss in more detail.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. So we'll jump, if we may, to page 30 of our materials here, the following page, then after this one on screen. Thank you. I mentioned Jennison Global Opportunities, at least obliquely, earlier. This is a public market, so it's an investment, a more immediate investment, not a commitment that will be called over time as your private funds are. And we view it as an evolution and continued building on the footprint that's in place in the endowment portfolio. In contrast to Arrow Street, which the university now has several years of experience with, I mentioned that this is a more volatile portfolio. That has been the history. It's a very growth-oriented approach, and with a focus on investments that, to the thinking of the portfolio managers, have the potential in public equity markets for significant multiple returns, really, really high return threshold. The outcomes over these past several years, I think, are very important for the group to take a look at. You can see the one-year return relative to the global equity index, the ACWI index, is stunning. And the three-year return is a significant underperformance relative to that index. So this will be a departure from the existing exposure to global equity, one that we have tremendous conviction in and a lot of history with our clients. They've had great success with this particular manager. But philosophically, we believe it's fundamentally important to understand and to buy into an approach up front, because there will be these periods of underperformance at some future point, hopefully not tomorrow. And it's important because if there's that understanding, our experience has shown that investors will stay the course once they've spent the time to really understand the approach of a given manager. Happy to speak a little bit further. A little bit more detailed information is to be found on the following page, which really highlights some of the characteristics of the portfolio, and you can see most notably the upside capture of this strategy relative to the market has been very, very high. The downside capture, meaning when markets sell off, is also above average, and that's part of the equation that we anticipate. And you can see also the standard deviation, which is a measure of the volatility. Some would see that as a measure of risk. That's an intellectual debate we won't bother with at this moment, but we'll say that the performance has been strong. It is a concentrated portfolio that at the moment leans heavily toward the U.S. relative to the overall universe, but that has fluctuated over time. And we think that this is an element within the construct of the UH endowment portfolio that, without changing your fundamental exposure, meaning no more illiquid investments than you have today, this is a way in which we have very high conviction to pursue incrementally stronger outcomes for the university over time. And as this is relatively new, and we had previously as I recall, and I'm still in therapy for 3 meetings to discuss this very topic. I joke because I think it's very important. These are material changes for the university, and it's so important that there is comfort. And frankly, if there's not, it's sometimes better not to do it out of the gate than to, we're not trying to talk anyone into something that's not a fundamentally comfortable idea. But certainly for those that have the aspiration to perform better and better and better relative to peers, this is one way within the current construct where we feel excited. And you may recall it's a recommendation that we did make several years ago for those of you who were participating in this committee at that time as well. Hopefully underscores our continued conviction in the manager that we're singing the same tune 3 years later. I'd like to open it up for questions rather than going particularly deeper into the technical aspects of this, and any thoughts and feedback the group may have.
What is the minimum amount? How many years are we talking about? Is there a minimum amount? Is it year to year? What is our out on this if we invest into this?
This is a fully liquid strategy. I believe at worst it's monthly liquidity. Fundamentally, they're investing in public equities, and there's an opportunity to get out consistent with that. So this doesn't function like a hedge fund or private equity vehicle. Hopefully, if there's a move forward, it's one you'll be excited about, and it'll be a long-term partnership for the university. That's the spirit in which we bring it forward. But if something changes, you're out promptly. And I should point out that the economics of this are quite competitive as well.
Do we look to see monthly whether we should pull out, or by the time, we review, let's say quarterly or 6 monthly, and it's already went down?
So, Chancellor, the question was, do we look monthly and possibly pull out between meetings and so forth? That's, I think, an important governance issue that transcends specifically this discussion of Jennison, is how does this group wish to oversee the portfolio between meetings. And again, perhaps Mr. Bartlett will have some thoughts and comments on how that's structured today. Again, a little bit outside our purview. We certainly monitor it on an ongoing basis, but as far as action, that's a UH decision as to how you wish to proceed and to what degree you wish to empower either a subgroup or staff leadership to act on your behalf between meetings.
Do we have other funds currently that require month-to-month surveillance? Or this is going to be the first one?
All of the public equity allow and should have ongoing vigilance. So this would not be new in any way, shape, or form in that regard.
It seems to me that we're after the 10-year sort of long-term 12%, and that while if we pulled out in 3 years, we'd be really, you really have to have a longer-term view, and there's going to be short-term volatility in this, potentially, but that's where you have to trust the longer-term view with this type of investment, with the goal of the higher return over time.
Right.
Assuming what? Assuming what happens, though? I mean, there's got to be an assumption if you're talking about 10 years.
Well, I would assume some of the assumption is we're heading into a presidential election and nothing wild is going to happen. They're going to try to stabilize this. We might even see interest rates go down. It might be, for the rest of this year could be very good in a fund like this. And then I don't know about look at it. Depending on after November, we'll see how we look at it.
Within the endowment, we've already we've contemplated a situation like this in the portfolio. So structurally, we have a monitoring program through the watch list, and so if there were something to occur with a manager, either short-term, i.e., significant increase in size of assets, or a significant decrease in their assets under management, or they change their stripes and they're no longer adhering to the mandate in which we invested, or there are any other headline risks associated with an investment, we have a mechanism between meetings to get out of that portfolio. It's codified in our policy. And so we would certainly avail ourselves of that situation on the advice and counsel of our consultant. We, as I said, the watch list provides for the continued monitoring and reporting to the committee, and it's included in these materials each quarter. Now, I would argue that any manager, especially a manager like this, and it's evident by this set of returns, that we have to walk into this knowing that over that 3-year period, it may be trailing the benchmark. But I think to Regent King's point, if we're looking at this as a longer-term investment, then we would expect for it to pay off. And so we have to have a longer-term horizon. But again, that's assuming all things equal, that their mandate hasn't changed, there's no change in the CIO, for example. There are no headline risks associated with investing in it, all the things I talked about a few minutes ago. And all of those things are addressed in our watch list policy that speak to when should we hold and when should we fold. And in between quarterly meetings, should something arise to the Chancellor's question and we need it to get out before everybody, and we don't want to be the last man standing or last person standing, then I can reach out to the chair of the Endowment Management Committee and the chair of the Finance Facilities Administration Committee, and that decision can be made and then reported to the board.
Are you able to succinctly explain why there's such dramatic volatility? Like if you look at, these different years in the quarterly return, what leads to that volatility?
So, Regent King, the volatility is caused by the fact that it's a very concentrated portfolio.
In technology?
Really across the board. You can see, if we jump to page 32, thank you, Mr. Walter, you can see some of the top holdings. It's not all technology. Certainly, yes, NVIDIA's been a name in their portfolio for years, but they also did well in Novo Nordisk, which some know that their treatment's being used for obesity at present and in other areas of the market. So the volatility is very much affected by broad market trends, but also by the fact that these are their highest conviction ideas, and sometimes in the short term that doesn't play out as they expect, and other times it certainly does. I think the important element to focus on, not just the outcomes that they've enjoyed over a very long period and the strong team, 3 portfolio managers that collaborate and that we all think highly of, is, again, the economics are very reasonable, the fees are very reasonable, the liquidity is very high. And the ability, this is not tying up the money, even though philosophically we want to think of this as a long-term move. You're effectively out tomorrow if you decide that's the right call for the university. And those combination of factors, and you see that not just, this has been an area in the hedge fund realm, which happily this is not, where funds have promised liquidity that's then not available. We don't anticipate that here. There's no long-short trading. There's no debt layered on top. And as you look on this page, 71% of the holdings at their last reported date were what might be called mega cap or giant names. These are fundamentally highly liquid, publicly traded stocks. And so there is no mismatch between what they're investing in and the liquidity that they are offering to investors such as the university.
I wanted to firm up that this is actually a daily liquid portfolio.
Okay.
So it's
So we can
even
get
more
out.
liquid than monthly.
Thank you, Mr. Walter.
Yeah, thank you very much. It looks like there may be a need for a workshop for the endowment management committee so that this discussion can go on a little bit longer. Otherwise, we may delay the other meetings if we have long drawn discussion like this. What do you think, Mr. Bartlett? Do you think we should try a workshop for the endowment management committee separately?
I think it would certainly be something that we should
What do you
consider,
think, Chancellor?
absolutely.
I think for the strategic discussion about what should be our goal and what should be our strategy, and then the governance, suppose, I mean, generally, I think Regent King is right. You do not get into any of these for a daily or monthly, changes. But suppose there is some kind of thing, we should have that governance. I think on those bigger issues, it would be helpful to have a workshop.
Thank you very much. Maybe you should plan something like that. And if there are no other questions, may I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you very much. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. This item is hereby approved by the committee. No further board action is required. The next item listed on the agenda today is item F. Approval is requested for partial or full liquidation of the various managers across multiple asset classes to support the fiscal year 2024 endowment payout, University of Houston system. Mr. Bartlett, can you please
Yes,
present
sir.
this item?
Yes, sir. Mr. Pollack teed this up, I think, as well in a prior discussion with the committee. This is a request to, if you will, redeem sufficient holdings to raise $45.6 million that was paid out at sometime in the latter part of calendar year 2023 to the universities, which are the beneficiaries of the income that is derived from the payout, as well as the amount of money that is used to fund the annual assessment for fundraising activities. And so I'll turn it over to the team to talk specifically about recommendations on how to raise that $45.6 million.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett, and I think on behalf of my colleague Sam and myself, we appreciate the strategic discussion, but want to kind of move quickly through the annual payout here. As Mr. Bartlett mentioned, the annual payout is $45.6 million. I think it's just a very good, quick reminder of the liquidity that is built into this portfolio in order to raise almost $50 million. And really quickly, I'll give you a sense of that. About half of the portfolio we can convert to cash tomorrow. If you factor in monthly and quarterly liquidity, that's upwards of about 65%. So the rest is in, private market, generally illiquid investments. So we think that is very ample liquidity. So this cash raise is very routine to us. So what do we think about? We think about selling something that may be overweight, but ultimately selling in pro rata with the asset allocation so that we don't disturb the asset allocation. So case in point here, there's 4 bullet points. Silchester is a public equity manager. Lord Abbott is a bond manager. You'll see Vanguard Real Estate, so that's a real asset. And then we are funding some of this distribution through available cash. So we're selling different asset classes to not disturb our asset allocation that we seek so diligently to manage. So the one full liquidation is the Vanguard Real Estate. The other 3 are trimming those managers. And then again, back to our real estate discussion very quickly, it's really showing our preference for, again, that private, more opportunistic investment in real estate than what Vanguard would hold in their real estate index, which is a lot of publicly traded real estate investment trusts, also known as REITs. So we are essentially recommending kind of trimming pro rata across the portfolio, again, to not disturb the asset allocation and just reassuring the regents that there is ample liquidity, and we emphasize that in our counsel to you and maintain that in the portfolio. So you'll see the recommendation as outlined on this page.
This completes this item. If there are no questions, Regent Agrawal.
Thank you very much. If there are no other questions, may I hear a motion to approve this item as presented? Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, sir. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. This item is hereby approved by the committee. The next item listed on the agenda today is item G. Approval is requested for the fiscal year 2024 University Advancement Endowment Assessment Rate, University of Houston system. Mr. Bartlett, can you present this item, please?
Yes, sir. We are requesting the fiscal year 2024 annual endowment assessment of 1%, which represents a 0.1% reduction in the rate. The income generated from this assessment is used to fund administrative costs and fundraising activities at our system. With this change or request, we will have reached what we believe to be the long-term target assessment rate of 1%. We have been working to get to this point over the last several years. We occasionally benchmark ourselves against our peers, and in our recent survey of 12 other universities nationally known, the average for the assessment is 1%. And so we feel confident that we've reached a milestone in terms of that assessment and recommend that we, the committee, approve this assessment rate.
For the benefit of new regents, when we began our capital campaign, maybe now 8 or 9 years ago, we did a 1.5% endowment assessment in order to fund for the capital campaign and increase the staffing. There was discussion with the board maybe 4 years ago that 1.5%, we should bring it down. And at that time, we said we'll bring it down to 1%. So I believe over this time period, we have brought it down. Now it's 1%, which is, I mean, there are institutions that are 1.5 and even higher than that, but so we are now at 1%, which seems.
If there are no questions, that would complete this recommendation. Regent Agrawal.
Yeah, thank you very much. If there are no other questions, may I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. This item is hereby approved by the committee. The next item listed on the agenda is item H. Approval is requested to transfer the Joe W. Martin Scholarship Endowment to the University of Houston Foundation. Mr. Bartlett, can you please introduce that item?
Yes, sir. On occasion, it becomes necessary, on the advice of General Counsel, to transfer an endowment to our UH Foundation for administration. In this case, we're recommending the Joe W. Martin Scholarship Endowment be transferred to the UH Foundation due to the fact that the restriction by the donor in terms of the use of the income is not permissible for a state university to administer. The donor's wishes are that the income be used for support of an individual or a student in a fraternity or sorority. The endowment is $139,000 as of the calendar year end 2023, and we are recommending this transfer.
Thank you very much. If there are no other questions, may I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
This item is hereby approved by the committee. The next item listed on the agenda today is item I. Approval is requested to modify the U.S. System Endowment Fund Statement of Objectives and Policies. Mr. Bartlett, can you please introduce this item?
Yes, sir. There are a few changes recommended to our endowment investment policy, and for the benefit of our new members to the committee, at least annually, we bring our investment policies to the board. It's not only good practice or best practice, but it's also required by state law. And certainly we would bring the policy or policies in any interim period should there be any recommended changes. It so happens that we're recommending specific changes as well as it's coinciding with our 1-year anniversary since this was last presented to the committee. In this case, we've got 4 general changes. The first is a modification to the system spending rate to reflect, now that the committee has approved the assessment rate at 1%, couple that with a 4% payout rate, we get to an effective spending rate of 5%. Currently, the policy states a 5.1% payout, or excuse me, total spending rate, and so we'll be making that slight modification. Bit of a housekeeping, but it's tied to the most recent action by the committee. We will also be clarifying that managers can hold cash and cash equivalents in reserve rather than fixed income securities, specifically in the event that they're not fully invested. Most of our managers attempt to be fully invested, but to the extent that they are not, whether it's transactional or otherwise, we just clarifying that they can hold different assets, not just fixed income. The next is a change to the board, approval for the University Advancement Assessment Rate statement. In the policy, it currently says that we shall bring to the committee each year the investment policy the assessment rate for consideration. Now that we've reached that 1% threshold, we don't believe it would be necessary to continue to bring such a request, since there would not be anticipated any change to that rate. And as such, the policy will be changed to say that the board shall review and approve changes to the fee rate, as opposed to currently it says the board shall annually review and approve the fee. And then lastly, there are various housekeeping changes clarifying the purpose of advising services and other miscellaneous housekeeping items. Happy to answer any questions. If none, then this will complete this item, Regent Agrawal.
Thank you very much, sir. If there are no questions, may I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you very much. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. This item is hereby approved by the committee. The last item listed on the agenda today is item J, annual review and approval of the U.S. system investment policy for non-endowed funds. Mr. Bartlett, can you please present this item?
Yes, sir. Thank you. As I noted a few minutes ago, we bring our both policies to the committee at least annually. This is the annual review period for our non-endowed investment policy. This would be for our operating funds, our money market, and our fixed income, as well as any bond proceeds that we invest. Staff has reviewed the policy, as has our investment consultant. There are no changes recommended to the policy, and again, for the benefit of our new members, I do want to point out that this policy, among the many things that it articulates, the most important is it speaks to the overall objective of the policy in terms of its principles, which in this order of importance are safety, liquidity, and then yield. This completes this item.
Thank you very much. If there are no other questions, may I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. This item is hereby approved by the committee. This concludes the presentations and approval of our 5 action items today. May I hear a motion to place the 5 action items unanimously approved by the committee on the board's docket agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
This item has been unanimously approved by the committee and will be placed on the Board of Regents consent docket agenda for the final board approval at the board meeting held later today, February 21, 2024, as follows. The approval is requested for partial or full liquidation of various managers across multiple asset classes to support the fiscal year 2024 endowment payout, University of Houston system. Number 2, approval is requested for fiscal year 2024 University Advancement Endowment Assessment Rate, University of Houston system. Number 3, approval is requested to transfer the Joe W. Martin Scholarship Endowment to the University of Houston Foundation. Number 4, approval is requested to modify the U.S. System Endowment Fund Statement of Objectives and Policies. Number 5, annual review and approval of U.S. system investment policy for non-endowment fund. If there are no other questions, this concludes all of the items that are listed on the agenda for action. I would now like to move to the next section listed on your agenda, Section 2, the executive session. It should be noted that executive session will not be held today. Does anyone have further questions or comments? If not, there be no further business to come before this committee. This meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to need just 5 minutes, and then we'll start with the next meeting.
Okay, I gotta run.
Here we go. Ready to go.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. As chair of this committee, I would like to call to order the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting of the University of Houston System Board of Regents. We have 7 agenda items that will be presented. 6 items are being presented for information only. The only item requiring committee approval is the minutes from the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting held on November 16th, 2023. Does anyone have any corrections to these minutes? Do I hear a motion to approve these minutes as distributed?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The minutes from the November 16th, 2023 Audit and Compliance Committee meeting are hereby approved. The first action item listed on your agenda today is for presentation only is item C, a report on the University of Houston System Institutional Compliance Hotline Report for the 3 months ended January 31, 2024, and training statistics for fiscal year 2024. Ms. Susan Coach, System-Wide Compliance Officer, will you please present your report?
Yes, thank you, Regent King. Good morning. The first report I'm presenting today is the Institutional Compliance Report, which details the hotline reports received during the 3-month period ending January 31st. It also addresses the statistics for mandatory employee compliance training for fiscal year 2024, which we share with you annually. Next slide. This first slide shows a breakdown of the fraud and noncompliance hotline reports received for each institution during the months of November and December 2023 and January 2024. On the following slide, the primary issue associated with each hotline report across all system universities is detailed. As you can see, the primary issues identified in the hotline reports during this 3-month period covered a broad range of areas. The categories receiving the most hotline reports related to sexual misconduct, unethical conduct, and academic concerns. There were 33 hotline reports in total, with 25 received for UH, 6 received for UH Downtown, 0 received for UH Clear Lake, and 2 received for UH Victoria during this period. This represented a slight decrease in the number of reports compared to the previous period, which was 35 last quarter. The following several slides detail the issues reported for each of the universities. And this last page of the report contains the training statistics for mandatory compliance training by employees system-wide for fiscal year 2024 as compared to fiscal year 2023. We're happy to report that we achieved 100% of compliance across the board. Technically, the percentage of employees who completed mandatory training this year was 99.8%, which was rounded up. This represents an increase from last year's metrics as a result of an extra push made towards achieving compliance, and I want to thank everyone involved in this successful effort. That concludes my report. Are there any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Coach. This item was presented for information only and no committee action required. The next item listed today is item D, Report on the University of Houston System Fraud and Noncompliance Reports, Summary Report, Fiscal Year 2023. Ms. Coach, will you please give your report?
Yes, thank you. The purpose of this report is to provide a summary of the fraud and noncompliance hotline reports received in fiscal year 2023, now that some time has elapsed, allowing for investigations to be completed. This first slide shows the issues reported by type for the hotline reports received during fiscal year 2023. You will note that there were 12 separate types of issues reported. On the next slide, you will see the top 3 reported hotline issues for the past 3 fiscal years. Next, after the fiscal year 2023 hotline reports were closed, we evaluated the resolution of each report. Each closed report was examined to identify which of the following category best described the resolution of the report: whether no policy violation was alleged, whether insufficient information was received, if the report was investigated, whether reports were substantiated, unsubstantiated, or indeterminate, whether the hotline report related to a scam email from an external third party, or whether the report was referred to Equal Opportunity Services Office and a formal complaint was filed with EOS and tracked by that office. This slide shows that in fiscal year 2023, of all the hotline reports received, approximately 8% were substantiated or partially substantiated. while 23% were found to be unsubstantiated. You will note that the majority of reports received involved issues that did not allege a policy violation. Generally, these reports contain a complaint about a matter that is not a violation of law or policy. In such instance, we would typically close the report, but share the content of the report with relevant managers for their information. On the following slide, we've broken down the hotline reports by the type of reporter and whether the reporter was a student, employee, or community member, which refers to anyone who didn't fit into a previous category, such as vendor, alumni, neighbor, or other. This slide provides details for the system as well as for each of our universities. Of the hotline reports received in fiscal year 2023 for the system, roughly 51% were submitted by employees and 30% were submitted by students, with the remainder submitted by community members. You will notice that at UH Downtown, UH Clear Lake, and UH Victoria, the number of reports submitted by employees was higher than at UH, with more than 60% of reports being submitted by employees compared to 45% at UH. That concludes my reports. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Coach. This item was presented for information only and no committee action required. You ready? After. The next item on our agenda is item E, a report on University of Houston System external audit reports, the UH Athletics Department Independent Accountants Report on the application of agreed-upon procedures, fiscal year 2023. The UHS Endowment Fund Independent Auditors Report and Basic Financial Statements, fiscal year 2023 and 2022, and the U of H Cancer Prevention Research Institute of Texas Grant Awards Independent Accountants Report on application of agreed-upon procedures, fiscal year 2023. Mr. Hurd, will you please introduce this report?
Thank you, Reza King. To speak to the UH Athletics Department Agreed Upon Procedures Report, I draw your attention to the screen. We have James Moore and Company's Shane Metzler, CPA, to present the results.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd, and good morning, Regents. So my name's Shane Metzler, and I'm a senior manager at James Moore, and I'm joined by Katie Davis, who is a partner at James Moore and the leader of our college athletics service line. First off, just want to say we really appreciate the opportunity to work with the University of Houston on the agreed upon procedures for the athletics department, and I'm happy to note that we do not have any findings in our report. The agreed upon procedures are required by the NCAA for all Division I institutions, and the purpose of those procedures are really for member institution presidents and chancellors, just to gain a better understanding of the financial operations of their institution's athletic programs, and also to give them some comfort that the Statement of Revenues and Expenses, which is submitted to the NCAA, that it's been prepared in compliance with the NCAA's financial reporting framework. And then also in the documents that are submitted to the NCAA, there's data which helps determine each university's revenue distribution for the upcoming year. And there's also procedures included in this engagement that help ensure the accuracy of that data. I do want to note that the Statement of Revenues and Expenses, which is included and presented in our report, is not in accordance with GAAP or generally accepted accounting principles. Instead, it is prepared on or in accordance with a special reporting framework that's designed by the NCAA to kind of give them a more apples to apples way to compare data from different member institutions. There are significant differences between the NCAA's reporting framework and GAAP. So that said, you wouldn't really be able to look at the Statement of Revenues and Expenses in this report and compare it back to the university's financials. If you tried to do that, there would be differences there. And that concludes my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions if there are any. And otherwise, I will just say thank you again.
All right, if there are no questions, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Next up is the UHS Endowment Fund. I would like to call Ms. Shakita Rawls, CPA from Forbes, up to the podium, please. Ms. Rawls will be presenting both the UHS Endowment Fund and the UH Cancer Prevention Research Institute of Texas Grant Award. Ms. Rawls.
Thank you. Well, first off, I want to start by saying thank you to the board for choosing Forbes to serve as your service provider for the endowment fund audit as well as the CPRIT agreed upon procedures. I will begin by presenting the required communications for the endowment fund audit, and then I will proceed with the CPRIT agreed upon procedures. We are issuing a clean, unmodified opinion on the endowment fund financial statements. We did perform our audit in accordance with GAS, which basically required us to design our audit to obtain reasonable rather than absolute assurance about the financial statements, which basically means we do not audit every transaction. However, we do develop scope for our audit test. As it relates to the qualitative aspects of significant accounting policies and practices, significant accounting policies can be described in Note 2. They're found in Note 2 of the audited financial statements, and these policies are consistent with prior years. So no new accounting policies were adopted or were required to be adopted this year. We did not identify any unusual accounting policies or methods, nor were there any alternative accounting treatments identified. As it relates to management judgments and accounting estimates, as you all are aware, accounting estimates are an essential part of the financial statements, and the significant area of such estimates for the endowment fund, of course, is the fair value of investments. Those have been properly disclosed in the financial statements, and we have tested the fair value of those investments and did not identify any findings or nor any issues. Lastly, we also did not identify any proposed, nor were there any recorded audit adjustments, nor were there any uncorrected misstatements identified during the audit. We've also provided in the material the signed management representation letter, and this concludes our report on the endowment fund. And once again, I want to say thank you for allowing Forbes to continue to serve as your auditor. Any questions?
All right, thank you. As we change to the next one, I would ask that we pull up page 93 of your board material. And that is where the CPRIT report begins, which will be the next report that Ms. Rawls speaks to.
Thank you. So we were also engaged by the university to perform agreed upon procedures. Our agreed upon procedures were conducted in accordance with attestation standards that are established by the AICPA. We performed our procedures that were appropriate for the intended purpose of assessing the university's compliance with CPRIT's grant policies and procedure guide for the year ending August 31st, 2023. I am happy to report that we noted no exceptions during our audit procedures or our agreed upon procedures and do not have any findings to report. This concludes our report for the agreed upon procedures. Are there any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Rawls.
Thank you.
Regent King, back to you.
Thank you to our external auditors. That was extremely well done. This item was presented for information only and no committee action required. The next agenda item addressed will be item F, Report on University of Houston System UHS Financial Statements Certifications, Fiscal Year 2023. Mr. Hurd, please introduce the item.
Thank you, Regent King. This is a simple attestation that each of the stakeholders at each of our member universities believes that the financial statements are fair and accurate. They are presented and signed. I see no issues with them. Are there any questions? Regent King, then back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hurd. This item was presented for information only and no committee action required. The next item listed on your agenda today is item G, a report on the University of Houston System Annual Procurement Report, Fiscal Year 2023. Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, Regent King. I would ask that you turn to page 116 of your board material. This is a standard report that is presented from the auditors reviewing the process, procedures, and accuracy the collection. It is outlined in Texas law. There's nothing of significance in here except that as I am changing the audit department to be a little bit more efficient and automated, we have changed the format of this report. So this one time I will take you through. If you will look on page 118, one of the key differences is this is the first time that things have been represented graphically. I expect that the board will be able to look at this and see the majority of spend very quickly from this, so hopefully that will alleviate reading a tremendous amount of detail. Particularly, this will show up on page 119, which if you take a look, we have outlined our spend, and you'll be able to see exactly what we spend our money on, obviously at the top being construction at a little over $82 million, down to parking and management services at a little over $1 million. The graph at the bottom visually represents payments to vendors over the last 6 fiscal years. Are there any questions? Back to you, Regent King.
Good, thank you. This item was presented for information only and no committee action required. Last on our agenda is item H, a report on the University of Houston System Internal Audit Reports. Mr. Hurd.
All right, thank you. I call your attention to page 134 of your material. This is a snapshot of where we are in fiscal year 24. This is presented for just information. As you can see, we have a number of ongoing audits. I would like to call attention to the last column, which is special projects. Those were things that were not initially on the audit plan. That has expanded, and we have, finished some this year, but it certainly is eating quite a bit of resources. Are there any questions? All right. Then I will call your attention to page 135. This is contracts requiring board approval. Again, this report has been changed a bit. It will change more. One of the things that the Chancellor has encouraged all of us to do is begin seeking ways in which to maximize personnel resources and use automation. We have engaged our information technology folks here, and this is our first candidate for, I hope, a complete automation. But certainly it will save us, on average, 6 hours per reviewed contract when we're done. This report will change, and I will walk you through the changes each time that it does. My expectation is that within 12 months, this will be completely automated. So I just wanted to bring your attention to that. Any questions? All right. So let me speak to the last report. The report begins on page 142 of your material. This is a fairly traditional type of audit, University of Houston Clear Lake Laboratory Safety. We went over, we looked at their labs, we looked at their policies, their procedures. We found a serious amount of issues that needed to be addressed, some life safety and some administrative and governance. Those are our recommendations are outlined on page 146. We found a number of things that needed to be addressed right away. Those were the safety issues. We spoke with Clear Lake management all the way up to the president. They're aware of this. They have put in place remedial actions to remove the dangers from the students. They have outlined a plan for ongoing action on the bottom of page 146. If completed as they have outlined, I do believe that will address the issues that we identified in the audit. On page 147, we addressed a number of oversight and management issues. an example, some of their policies were outdated by more than a decade. We have had quite a lengthy set of discussions with the university leadership. They have outlined a series of steps here on pages 147 and 148 of how they're going to address that. Now, while some actions obviously will take place in the very short term, as in the next few weeks, others will take a little bit longer, such as an assessment of personnel and proper budgeting. I am told that I have agreed to the date of September 1st. Since the August board meeting comes a little before that, I will update you on that because these issues were fairly serious. However, I would like to point out, management has acknowledged these issues. They have not disagreed with anything, and they have begun to take robust and expeditious action. Are there any questions?
I think importantly, any safety issues were addressed immediately, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
I spoke to President Walker this morning. He assured me that they had already taken the very serious of the serious issues out. The danger to the students is not what it was when we did the report.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. This item was presented for information only, and no committee action is required. Now I'd like to move to the next section listed on your agenda, Section 2, Executive Session. It should be noted that there will be no executive session held today. Does anyone have any other further questions or comments of this committee? Hearing none, this meeting is hereby adjourned.
Go right into academic research.
Thank you.
Ready? Go. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our meeting. As chair of the Academic Research and Student Success Committee, I would like to call the Academic Research and Student Success Committee of the University of Houston System Board of Regents to order. As a quick reminder, please speak clearly when presenting or making remarks so your comments can be recorded correctly. We have 5 items that will be presented today before the committee, 3 action items for the committee and the board's consideration, and 2 items for information only. Following the presentations of the various action items, I will ask the committee if there are any questions and call for a vote. Once all action items have been presented and approved, if appropriate, I will make a motion to place these items on the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval. I would like to introduce our first item requiring committee approval. The minutes from the Academic and Student Success Committee held on November 16, 2023. Does anyone have any corrections to these minutes? Excuse me. Do I hear a motion to approve these minutes as distributed?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The minutes from the November 16, 2023 Academic and Student Success Committee meeting are hereby approved. The first agenda item for the committee's consideration and approval today is item C, presentation of admissions requirement changes for first-time in-college students applying to the University of Houston, Victoria. Dr. Robert Glenn, President, University of Houston, Victoria, will you please present this item?
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to put this before you. This allows us to change our admission standards in a way as to make them more flexible for our students. We are following the lead of a number of other institutions, including Texas A&M, Kingsville, San Antonio, Corpus Christi, Angelo State. And basically what this does is instead of requiring a student to meet a number of standards, we have selected a number of standards that over the years have proven accurate in predicting student success. So a student, rather than having to get a certain GPA, a certain class standing, and an ACT score, can be admitted with either one of those. This just makes it easier for our students to be able to be admitted. I do want to note that those that come in on the low end of any of the scales are required to sign an agreement with the university where they will be assigned a mentor from the Student Success Center who will monitor their progress. And they agree that if they do not meet the standards we've set, that there will be appropriate consequences. Be glad to answer any questions you might have.
I think a mentor is a good idea for every student. I wish we could afford it.
Yes, ma'am, I absolutely agree. I always say that we need somebody to mom our students, to be there and say, what are you doing? How's it going? Show me the results.
Thank you. If there are no questions?
Is there any data around the graduation rates of the students that participate in a program like this?
Not yet.
I mean, just historical data.
Historically, yes. We have, I'd have to pull those numbers up. I don't have them in front of me, but our graduation rate is not where we would like it to be. I believe it's somewhere in the 30% range.
All right, thank you.
We have something from the University of Houston Center for Mexican American Studies, and I think they do a superb job in providing a mentor, and the graduation rate is, just really tops.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you.
And there are numerous programs.
Oh,
around
I'm
the
certain of
nation.
it. It's just intuitive.
Yeah.
A little guidance at the right time
Yeah.
makes those decisions a lot easier to make. I mean, that's a good. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of which is the best predictor. Thank you for your report very much. Do we have any further questions? If not, may I hear a motion to present this item as presented?
I'll move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Opposed? This item is hereby approved. The next item on your agenda today is item D, approval of faculty promotion and academic rank, University of Houston, Dr. Chase. Will you please present this item?
Thank you. We have a typical process for doing promotion and tenure of faculty, and you're going to hear that report and be asked to approve those items at your next meeting. So those would be for the cohort of faculty that are going through each of our universities. But we do, at each of our universities, often hire individuals who come from someplace else where they already have tenure. And we're asking for approval for tenure of one of those hires. What happens in these cases is they go through an expedited process. So the same kinds of review that would happen normally takes place. They're reviewed at the department level, they're reviewed at the college level, they're reviewed at the university level, they're reviewed by my office and sent to the president and then to you. There are external letters, et cetera, but it's a faster process. We have one individual. That candidate, Tobias Heinrich, is currently a tenured associate professor at the University of South Carolina. He was tenured in 2019. He has a really great research record, a substantial number of publications. His work is cited, and we're wanting to hire him here also as an associate professor with tenure. So we're asking for approval of that item.
How would a tenured professor move if you weren't able to do that? So, do we have any other questions on this item? If not, may I hear a motion to approve the item as presented? Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? This item is hereby approved. The next item listed on your agenda today is item E, approval of University of System mission statements. Dr. Chase, will you please present this item?
Yes, we're asking your approval of the mission and vision statements for the UH system and for all of the institutions. I should note that these have not changed. They are identical to the ones that are currently published and that you've previously approved. We are required by our accreditor, SAC-COC, to have them approved by the board every 2 years. So this is a housekeeping item. That being said, it's likely something that we will want to revisit again in the upcoming year or years. But at this point, they are unchanged.
Any questions? If not, may I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? This item is hereby approved. Next item listed on your agenda today is item F, presentation of research highlights, University of Houston System. Dr. Claudia Newhouser, Interim Vice President, Vice Chancellor for Research. Will you please present this item?
Thank you. Let me start with some highlights. Since the last Board of Regents meeting in November, we have received 7 awards over $1 million, totaling $10 million. Just to highlight 2 of them, Megana Trivieti, she's a professor in the College of Pharmacy. She received an award from the U.S. Army to investigate a hypertension drug, whether that would be effective for breast cancer. Another one I want to highlight is an award that Ji Zhang received. He's an associate professor in the College of Education, and this is National Science Foundation Award for a team-based model for co-adapting existing middle schools' science curricula for culturally and linguistically diverse learners. Another highlight is we do quite well with early career awards. This is one from the Department of Energy. Professor Yutong Zheng is an assistant professor in the College of Natural Sciences and Mathematics, received one of those. These are very competitive. There are only 93 awards in the country, and he received one of them. In addition to being the lead on proposals, we are also very often participating in major awards. There are a number of them I would like to highlight. There were 3 of 19 Department of Energy awards where we are participating in. In total, these 3 awards add up to about $3 million. So we are a sub-award in those. There are clean energy awards, and one is a multi-institutional collaboration to establishing a visiting scholar program. And then another award I'd like to highlight is a 17-institution, $5 million research center that's led by Baylor College, and we're participating in that, and it's for reliable wireless communication. So that's very important for us to be part of these large proposals. Those are the research highlights, and then I think this is also part of this one, introducing our speaker. It's my pleasure to introduce Professor Craig Glennie, who's waiting there. He joined UH in 2010. He's a professor in civil engineering, and he's the PI and director of the NSF-funded National Center for Airborne Laser Mapping. Those are these LiDAR pictures you can see, and director of the Engineering Defense Research Initiative. So this is the very large award we got that we talked about last time. He has a PhD in geomatics from the University of Calgary. That's an area that deals with the collection, analysis, and interpretation of data relating to the Earth's surface. So this explains his interest in LiDAR research, 3D change detection, and similar ones. Dr. Glennie, please come to the podium and present to us.
Good morning for another 6 minutes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As Dr. Newhouser said, my name's Craig Glennie. I'm a professor in civil engineering, and I'm going to present a presentation with a really long title. So, National Center for Airborne Laser Mapping, we're just going to leave that as NCOM. And the Geosensing Systems Engineering and Sciences Graduate Program, we'll call that GSES. So from there on. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the graduate research we're doing that is facilitated by an NSF award that we've had at the university now for 14 years. So first, a little bit about the graduate program. Our graduate program is really about measurements on the surface of the Earth. So using ground-based techniques, drones, airplanes, satellites to measure and detect things on the Earth. So one of the big areas that we work in, unfortunately has accelerated recently, is natural disasters. Looking at what happens after floods or wildfires, earthquakes, etc. So using these precise techniques to kind of measure the changes that are happening due to, in a lot of cases, climate change. The program itself is just a graduate program, so we don't have an undergraduate component. There's a master's and a PhD that master's was approved by the Texas Board in 2013, PhD in 2015. See in the bottom here, we're not a huge program. We graduated about 14 masters and 15 PhD students. But you'll notice our current enrollment at the PhD level is higher than actually the number we've graduated. And the reason for that is when the program first started, there was only 2 of us to begin with. So The oldest guys at the top of the slide here, we came in 2010 and 2011. There was another professor that was here, kind of an administrative role at that time. But in the last 4 or 5 years, we have added the 5 people at the bottom there as well, 2 tenure track faculty and then 3 research faculty. What that's allowed us to do is obviously increase the amount of graduate research we're doing, also increase our research expenditures and expand the size of the graduate program a little bit. All of the people here have coincident research interests, but we don't overlap a lot. It's given us the ability to develop larger collaborative proposals that kind of span larger areas. I think for a lot of our funding agencies, gone are the days of single investigator awards. You kind of need teams that cover a variety of areas. All of this is centered around an NSF facility that we have at the university, and this is the National Center for Airborne Laser Mapping. So we have been funded by the Instrumentation and Facilities Program, Earth Science Program at NSF since 2003, and we're current to 2024. Hopefully, we're under review for our next 5-year renewal right now, so hopefully that will go through. We're based at Houston, but we're also operating in partnership with UC Berkeley. So, you know, we like to try to drag some of those small UC system colleges up to our level sometimes to give them some exposure. This was actually one of the first NSF facilities at the University of Houston in 2010. What we're focused on is creating high-resolution 3D models from aircraft. So we use laser scanning systems from aircraft to create these 3D models. University of Houston campus here. You'll notice the football stadium looks a little bit old in this picture. Was taken before we got the new stadium. So we do work for other universities through this facility. So currently we're over 500 different projects, NSF-funded projects, for 225 different people at 110 different universities. We focus on research projects only, so we don't try to compete with anything in the commercial sector. This is all problems that are primarily focused on Earth science. So as an example of some of the things we do, this is from the Flathead River in Montana. On the left-hand side, that's a laser point cloud captured from an aircraft, but we have kind of the trees and the ground colored differently. So you can see that you can't really see what the terrain looks like underneath. But we have some algorithms, some techniques to separate the trees from the ground and actually allow us to look at what is beneath the vegetation. So in this case, this was an ancient landslide that actually dammed up this river at a point and caused a genetic diversity in the fish that were trapped above and below that landslide. Another example here, and maybe pandering a little bit to my audience, this is from Caracol in Belize. This is an archaeology site that we flew in 2009 for PI's Chase and Chase, I believe. So it took 14 years to convince her to come to the university, but we started back in 2009 to do that. So this is the first return surface that shows you the jungle canopy there. But if we remove... Oh, the slide's not there. So unfortunately, you're going to have to... We'll have to bring... Yeah, this was by... come back again. If you remove the trees from here, you would see something very similar to this, where you can actually see the agriculture in below, the causeways that connect Caracol to the other cities, and really gave the researchers an idea of how big the site was, how connected it was, how much agriculture was there, how they stored their water, etc. So I apologize about the slide mix-up there. Last thing I wanted to just very, very briefly mention was the IDIQ contract that we got with the Army, the DoD, back in September of this year. So just a little update on that. We've already got $7 million of funding allocated through that contract. We're hoping for more in fiscal '24 if the federal government will ever decide to pass a budget. Hopefully they don't go to a continuing resolution because we have some funds sitting there just waiting to be appropriated for us. Currently, the contract is for only unclassified research. The DoD is moving very quickly towards requiring what they call CUI, or Controlled Unclassified Information, facilities to allow you to safekeep information from the DoD, and this is mostly in response to threats from Russia and China, etc. I think probably by the time we get to the end of this contract, it's going to be, we're going to for sure have to have facilities that keep that type of information separate. So although we're working around it now, we have to be prepared for that coming down the pike. The big thing about this contract, they didn't give us $63.5 million right off the start. That would have been nice. It's a contract that allows them to fund that. The important piece for us is it provides the easy button for the DoD. The DoD can directly wire money, or MIPR money is in their terminology, to this contract to put it on for the University of Houston. Most of the times in the DoD, that's the big sticking point to getting the large awards from them, is they don't want to go through the contracting process. This allows us to get around that process. And so my next 4 years will be aggressively pursuing people to use that easy button so that that money flows through the University of Houston. I put on the bottom there 6 years in the making, and although I'm the eye candy on the front of the project, obviously there was a lot of people in behind this that did a lot of things as well, especially our government relations people. Jason Smith and Megan Schneider were really instrumental in this, and then the people in the College of Engineering as well. So there was a true team effort. The research that we're doing on it right now is actually focused mostly around artificial intelligence and machine learning. To put it in a kind of a nutshell, the Army is realizing that they have a lot of information coming at their decision makers, and they have to come up with ways to synthesize that information into actionable intelligence. There is a reluctance to trust AI because it is prone to things like hallucinations. It will tell you something that isn't really the truth. If any of you ever use ChatGPT, type your name in there and you'll find some interesting things about yourself that you didn't know or probably weren't true. The other thing is showing the information from AI to people in such a way that they actually develop a trust in it. So if you give a general a piece of paper and he knows it's been generated by AI, if he's not comfortable with that, he's not going to use any of that information. And so we're really right now focusing on how do we distill that information down into actionable intelligence that they'll use and then they can actually trust. And that's everything. Unrelated picture, we did some work in Alaska in Denali National Park today, this year, and I like that picture taken from the aircraft. So thank you for your time and attention.
Do we have any questions for Dr. Glenny?
Fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And he is correct. There were a variety of things I knew about the University of Houston before applying for this job. One was that the chancellor had come from USF, a competitor in Florida, and moved here. And another was we were planning to work with NCOM. They were at the University of Florida, and they moved to Houston. And so that was the point at which I saw that the university was really on the move and making some great changes and moving forward in research. Anything else from you?
A lot of synergy and a lot of momentum there. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? If not, this item was presented for information only, and very exciting it was. Thank you for bringing that. The final item listed on your agenda today is item G. Did we just hear item G, or do you have another success story? That sounded like one to me.
That was faculty, and now we're going to have students.
All right, an abundance of success today. So, success story, University of Houston. Dr. Chase, will you introduce this item?
Absolutely. So when we have the time, we love to present some stories about the success of our students in the system. Today I'm really thrilled that we're going to have some graduate students here, and I would ask Dr. Larson, who is Vice Provost and Dean of the Graduate College, to come up and say a little bit more about them and what they're going to do. But they participated in something called the 3-minute thesis. That is a competition that's international. There are over 900 universities that participate in it worldwide. And in a nutshell, and I'm sure she'll repeat this, it requires that the students who participate provide information on their research in 3 minutes, not a second more, and one slide. And the goal is they're presenting it such that it's understandable to individuals that are not specialists in their field. So it is a great opportunity for students to really learn some of those key skills about communication. So I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Larson.
Thank you for the opportunity to share this graduate student success story with you. The 3-minute thesis, or 3MT as we call it, was started at the University of Queensland in Australia in 2008 and has expanded to over 600 universities in 65 countries. The University of Houston Graduate School hosted our first 3-minute thesis competition in 2019. The purpose of the competition is for graduate students to communicate their research in 3 minutes with one static PowerPoint slide to a non-specialist audience. The 3-minute thesis competition provides graduate students with an opportunity to gain experience in presenting and communicating their research. Graduate students compete in preliminary rounds, and winners of the preliminary rounds advance to a final round. The first place winner from the University of Houston competition advances to a regional competition at the Conference of Southern Graduate Schools meeting in the spring semester each year. The 3MT competition is my favorite event of the year, and we are fortunate to have 2 University of Houston graduate students here to share their 3-minute thesis presentations with you. Our first presenter is Caitlin Jones, a PhD student in the Department of History in the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences. She was the first place award winner last November, and she will compete next month at the Conference of Southern Graduate Schools regional competition. Her presentation is entitled The Most Important Event Nobody Knows About, Collective Memory and the 1977 National Women's Conference. Caitlin. And we don't have a timer ticking away, so.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. And since the timer isn't ticking, I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't quickly shout out the really positive research experience I've had that has contributed directly to my scholarship. So for the past 5 years, I've been a research assistant on Sharing Stories from 1977, which is an NEH-funded multi-institutional digital humanities project. And it is sponsored on campus through the Center for Public History, the Department of History, and also the Digital Research Commons in the library. And I have been fortunate enough to participate in their on-campus and community-wide programming, where I've gotten the chance to talk about my research to a variety of audiences, history professors, students, technologists, librarians, community members, and all of that experience has undoubtedly contributed to my success in this conference. So I just wanted to highlight the robust humanities community that we have on campus that really deserves recognition and support. So now on with the show. When you think of feminism in the 1970s, what image comes to mind? Women marching in the streets? Celebrities like Gloria Steinem or Shirley Chisholm? Maybe you even think of women burning their bras. What you probably don't think about is this image here, the opening session of the 1977 National Women's Conference, held right here in Houston. The gathering was the first and only federally funded conference dedicated to women's issues. Delegates more diverse than Congress itself debated abortion, welfare, employment, education, violence against women, childcare, disability rights, and civil rights for women of color and lesbians. For many of the 20,000 attendees, the moment was personally transformative. Collectively, it was forgotten. Even today, Gloria Steinem calls it the most important event nobody knows about. My dissertation takes Steinem's words and tries to answer how that happened. How did this moment, one that received media attention and bipartisan federal support, get thrown into the dustbin of history? First, we have to understand how collective memory works. Scholars know that memory is not only what individuals remember, but also what society deems important to remember, a collective memory. And for nation states, collective memory reflects a set of shared national values. Now, in the case of the Women's Conference, I have found that these national values were contested from the start. Feminists framed their fight for equal rights as wholly American, a fulfillment of the Declaration of Independence. Conservative women saw feminist gains as anti-American, a breakdown of the family and society at large. So, if these values were already fragmented, then the memory of the Women's Conference was fragmented and could never merge into a dominant collective memory. Now, the conference has been the subject of academic books and articles, but people don't always get their history from books. My work goes beyond books to look at how the history of this conference was presented to the public through physical preservation, film, photography, news coverage, and oral histories. By doing this, we see how institutional voices continually overpowered activist voices and effectively sidelined the history of the Women's Conference. In reflecting on how our shared past is created, it becomes clear how power shapes history and whose story is left out. Women's history did gain popularity in 2020 with the centennial of the 19th Amendment, but battles from the 1970s over reproductive freedom, sexual harassment, equal pay, and LGBTQ rights continue to echo through today's political climate. As we near the 50th anniversary of the conference, perhaps there will be a renewed push for this image to become part of our collective memory. But our current present and its rehashing of 1970s politics is a clear example of the cost of forgetting. Thank you.
Hear, hear. I would just add, I do remember the NOW conference in 1977. I love it. I absolutely understand the concept you presented, and that's that if the ideas were fragmented, then the collective memory will be. Very, very interesting project. It's amazing to now see that the subject of a PhD, though. Thank you.
You were there?
Well, my best friend's mom came. Oh, right. And I remember, and her best friend was Phyllis Schlafly, and I went to dinner with the two of them. And it was honestly my very first introduction to how passionate people were and the kinds of things that could happen from a conference.
No, it was huge. I mean,
it was huge.
Of
course I remember. I mean, it was a big event for me and my friends. Our mothers were in it.
So you know what would really be interesting is how many people are familiar with the event? And it was in 77. No. 77. 7, yeah. How many people are familiar with it, that it even happened?
It was this year I graduated.
Yeah. I mean, I remember it. I mean, it was huge. It was huge.
At convention, there
Not
was
that
the
I'm
old
that old,
convention
I just
center.
was young and smart and remembered stuff. So, that was great. Great topic.
Thank you. I love talking to a Houston audience because people were like, oh yeah, I definitely remember that. So, thank you.
Well, some of us old folk do.
It wasn't that long ago, I promise.
Thank you, Caitlin, and good luck at the competition next month. Our second presenter is Shreyashi Ghosh, a PhD student in chemical engineering in the Cullen College of Engineering. She was the second place and the People's Choice winner in our UH competition last fall. The People's Choice is audience voted. So the title of her presentation is Drug-Resistant Superbug.
This one's going to be harder, Tillman.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a really wonderful opportunity for me to stand in front of you. And so I'm a pre-final year student at the Department of Chemical and Biomolecular Engineering, and I'm working with Dr. Mohammed A. Orman, and I directly just want to start the presentation. So I think we all remember when we go to a doctor and the doctor prescribed us antibiotic, but specifically mentioned that we need to finish the full course. But sometimes we get lazy, sometimes we think skipping a dose or two might be fine and nothing will happen. But let me tell you that it can be really dangerous, because there is a possibility that next time when we take that antibiotic, it might not be able to kill those infection-causing bacteria. And this is what we call antibiotic resistance. Basically, when the bacteria becomes so stronger than the antibiotic that it converts into this drug-resistant superbug. And currently, this scenario in the whole world is so critical that researchers are predicting by the year 2050, there will be at least 10 million deaths per year when we reach the 2050. So to deal with this, either we need new kind of antibiotics or new treatment methodologies, but unfortunately we don't have either of them currently. And this is exactly where my research comes in. So first we need to understand how these superbugs are forming. Well, turn out many of the antibiotics that we take, they particularly target and damage the DNA of the bacteria in order to kill them. And as we all know, DNA is the place where any living organism, including us human, keep all the necessary information that makes us who we are. So this tiny but mighty bacteria, they have several ways to fix their DNA. And when they fix their DNA, sometimes they make some random change in their DNA by mistake. Like how we make mistake when try to do something in hurry. And this random changes in the DNA is called mutation, and this mutation is the reason behind formation of this drug-resistant superbugs. So we tested various drugs, and we were thinking that if we can stop this DNA repair process, then we can eliminate this formation of superbug. So there are already so many drugs available in the market, so we tried and tested various drugs and found out there are already some drugs available in the market which is FDA approved. For example, drug B is one such drug here. So if we take our prescribed antibiotic, which is the drug A, along with the drug B in the right amount, so we can stop this DNA repair process in bacteria. So there will be no mutation, so there will be no superbug formation, and ultimately we will be able to kill all the bacteria. So in short, this drug combination therapy, that is this drug A along with this drug B, this combination therapy can be a potential candidate to eliminate this drug-resistant superbug, and we can dodge another upcoming pandemic because of these superbugs. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what college did you say? What college is she in?
That's very interesting, because what we try to tell our patients when we treat them is finish all of your antibiotic. Don't quit it when you feel good, because when you feel good, what you'll do is you'll almost kill that bacteria, but then it's still alive and it'll come back stronger and more resistant. We see this every time when Z-Paks first came out. Everybody in the medical community used a Z-Pak. Everybody in this room has used a Z-Pak. And that helped a lot, because it's such a simple dose that very few people cut it short. Most long-term doses, if it's a 14-day and you feel better after 7, you quit it, and that's where the danger comes in.
Guilty.
And I timed it, it was exactly 3 minutes, my goodness.
Yes, I was timing you as well.
During the competition, there is a big ticker going.
And no notes.
Pay attention. Our chairman has a penchant for efficient communication.
Presentation to Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. They will love it. Both presentations are amazing.
Thank you. And this is just a sample of the work that our students are doing at University of Houston and in the system at all our institutions.
Dr. Chase, thank you for bringing that to us. It's particularly on point. You know our chairman has a penchant for efficient communication. When she said that's what she was going to do, I went, he is going to love this one, yes.
Two of the best we've ever had. Honestly.
Absolutely. All right.
Congratulations, ladies.
You're here.
And that is all that I have for you today.
So this concludes the presentations and approval of our 3 action items today. May I hear a motion to place the 3 action items unanimously approved by the committee on the Board of Regents consent docket agenda?
So moved.
Do your second? All in favor? Opposed? This item has been unanimously approved by the committee and will be placed on the Board of Regents consent docket agenda for final board approval at the board meeting held later today, February 21, 2024, as follows. 1, presentation of admissions requirement changes for first-time college students applying to the University of Houston, Victoria. 2, approval of faculty promotion and academic rank, University of Houston. 3, approval of University of Houston mission statements. You know, I just bought a book for my nephew looking at colleges, and there's a whole chapter on read the mission statements. You know, it's one more example of if you listen, people will tell you what they're going to do and how they pay attention. So thank you for bringing that. If there are no other questions, this concludes all the items that are listed on the agenda for today. Section 2, the executive session, is the next item listed on your agenda. It will be noted that an executive session will not be held today. Does anyone have any other further questions or comments? Thank you again for being here today, Provost. And does no further business, then this meeting is hereby adjourned.
Donna, we're going to break for lunch now. Can we start at 1 o'clock? I don't think everybody deserves a 1-hour lunch. They haven't worked that hard today, so I think 40 minutes is adequate. And but we really can't start the board meeting before 2, though, right?
I mean, we go, the way we are posted is immediately following the next meeting, so we can start when we're ready.
But will finance and facilities take more than an hour?
No. I don't.
We'll just break then. We'll break afterward. So let's be back. Let's just say, let's start around 1:05 then. Okay? Thank you, everybody.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our meeting. As chairman of the Finance, Facilities, and Administration Committee of the University of Houston System Board of Regents, I would now like to call this committee meeting to order. As a quick reminder, please speak clearly so your presentations and remarks are recorded accurately. On our agenda today, we have 8 items that will be presented today before the committee, 7 action items for the committees and board's consideration, and 1 action item for information only. After each action item has been presented, I will ask if anyone has any questions and then call for the vote. Once the presentations have been concluded, I will then seek a motion to place the approved action items, if appropriate, on the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval at the board meeting held later today. I would now like to introduce our first item requiring committee approval. The minutes from the Finance and Administration Committee meeting held on November the 16th of 2023. Does anyone have any correction to these minutes? Do I hear a motion to approve these minutes as distributed?
So moved.
Second.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
No, any opposed? Hearing and seeing no opposition, the minutes are approved unanimously. Next item for discussion is item C. The approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts exceeding $1 million for the purchase of goods or services, excluding construction contracts, at the University of Houston System. Mr. Bartlett, please introduce this item.
Yes, sir. I'd like to turn it over to Karen Livingston, who will discuss these items with the committee.
Today we have 8 goods and services contracts for your approval. The first contract is for the University of Houston Library for the software that provides them with centralized management of their materials and a single-user search interface across platforms. The 5-year contract has an expected cost of $3.2 million. The second contract is...
Could you pull your mic a little closer?
A little closer? Sure.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. The second contract is for the University of Houston Clear Lake. They will be upgrading their security camera systems with installation of new cameras in 29 locations and improved video management software. And the 6-year agreement is expected to cost $1.4 million. The third item is also for UH Clear Lake for their digital business services and printing solutions. This contract outsources their campus printing and mail services and provides improved services by adding intelligent lockers, mail and package notification, online ordering, and job order management for them. The 5-year contract is expected to cost $3.9 million. Fourth is the University of Houston Downtown's campus-wide custodial services agreement, which has a 7-year cost of $17.5 million. The fifth contract is for the University of Houston Victoria for their new professional pilot training program. The selected vendor will provide the instructors, the FAA licensing, and all necessary equipment. The 5-year contract will cost $3.8 million. The sixth contract is also for UH Victoria, who will do a 1-year extension to their custodial services agreement. The 6-year contract will result in a cost of $4.2 million. And the seventh item is an amendment to the system-wide malware protection software agreement. The 3-year amendment will result in a total 5-year contract term and a cost of $3 million. And the 8th and final agreement is for the University of Houston's Facilities Management Inventory Supply Agreement. This vendor supplies and manages the materials for all campus repairs and maintenance. The amendment will not extend the contract term, but it will increase the total contract cost to allow services to continue until the new contract begins in March. And the final cost for the 5-year term with the amendment is $28.1 million. Are there any questions on any of the contracts?
Any questions to Ms. Livingston? Thank you. May I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing and seeing no opposition, the item passes unanimously. Item D is our next action item for the committee's consideration. Approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute construction contracts exceeding $1 million for projects at the University of Houston System. Mr. Bartlett, will you please present this item?
We have four contracts for your consideration and approval today. The first 3 are contracts on an as-needed basis, simply meaning that if we do not need the services, then we will not issue effectively service orders, and it will not cost us anything, but we'll have them under contract should we have the need to do so. The first one is a $3.1 million contract for industrial boiler services, issuing up to 5 contracts for 5 years. Again, we try to diversify the number of contracts in order to ensure we diversify our contractor risk of non-performance. The second is a $3.1 million contract for 5 years for multiple awards for general mechanical services. And the third is a $3.4 million contract for substation and medium voltage distribution service repair, construction, and maintenance. The last project is a $1.5 million contract for the design and construction of a Urania underground argon extraction facility in Colorado. This is funded through the National Science Foundation through an award to Princeton University and a sub-award to the University of Houston's Natural Sciences and Mathematics College. Any questions on any of those items?
Seeing no questions for Mr. Bartlett, may I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Seeing and hearing no opposition, the matter passes unanimously. Item E is our next action item for the committee's consideration. Approval is requested for changes to certain graduate and non-resident undergraduate fiscal year 2025 tuition rates, optional academic fees, mandatory student recommended fees, and voluntary and optional fees at the University of Houston system. Mr. Bartlett, will you please present this item?
Yes, sir. Today's presentation will be broken into 3 sections. The first section dealing with tuition and academic fees for the upcoming fiscal year 2025, beginning fall of 2024. The second section that I'll discuss with the committee is related to mandatory student fees, which are applicable to most students. And section 3 will be voluntary fees, which are applicable only to those faculty, students, and staff who purchase these specific services. If we could return to slide 2, please. Who's got the...
I think it's there.
I got it. Thank you. The context, a little bit of context for our decision-making with regards to the recommendations that we're bringing forth to you today. You can see them here. Of course, the state froze tuition for the current year that we are in, as well as the upcoming year for undergraduate resident tuition. None of our universities increased tuition in fiscal year 2024, although other universities in the state did so, including the UT system, who authorized an up to 5.2% increase in their graduate and non-resident tuition rates. Of course, inflation and the impacts on labor and the cost of goods and services certainly are continuing to be felt. And the other 2 issues related to efficiency and budget cuts, while we continue to focus on efficiencies and business processes to try to hold down or the whole passing on of costs. The fact is there becomes necessary at some point for us to be able to pass on some of the cost. Secondly, we'll talk more in May with our budget with regards to budget cuts, but our universities are either announced or have announced or are considering some, or studying the options with regards to budget cuts. That said, with that context, we are asking the committee to consider giving us authorization to increase our non-resident undergraduate and all graduate tuition rates up to 5%. We will determine the actual rate following additional review of actions by other Texas universities in the coming weeks ahead of us. The second request with regard to tuition is the elimination of the first-time in college undergraduate rate at the University of Houston, which has been effectively replaced by our UH&4 program that was established some time ago, as well as the fixed rate tuition plan, which locks tuition rates for a specific cohort for 4 years. Next slide. With respect to graduate tuition rates, just to illustrate for you, here is a table that is on a per semester basis across our 4 universities, what an increase in at 5% would look like for a graduate student taking 9 credit hours. This cost also includes the mandatory fees. What we do not show here is the non-resident piece. This is for the resident only, and you can see the cost after the increase. The non-resident piece is a state mandated amount that is set by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and in fact, we don't have any leeway in terms of what that rate is. For fiscal year 25, that rate will be $410 per SCH, and so if you were looking at the graduate cost for a non-resident, juxtaposing it to a resident on this table, you would add an additional $4,590 at the University of Houston, just for illustration purposes. Next slide, please. With respect to non-resident undergraduate variable rate tuition, you can see here for illustrative purposes what an increase of 5% would look like at the University of Houston. For our different rate groups, we break our groups rates into different groups depending on the instructional approximation of the instructional cost for each of our colleges. We group those colleges into certain segments or groups, and you can see here what the cost increase would look like at a 5% increase. This is, again, the table showing the UH established rates, excluding the state-mandated differential tuition for non-residents, as I just discussed a few minutes ago. The next, please, is the non-resident undergraduate fixed tuition rates, as opposed to the previous table, which was the variable rates. Again, you can see here for our fixed rate tuition, we have the rates broken down by the groups for both first time in college as well as our transfer students. And again, you can see the increase per semester, assuming a 5% increase. And again, these are the UH established fixed rates for non-resident students and excludes the state mandated differential piece. Next slide, please. With respect to academic fees, we are requesting the establishment of a bar prep fee of $2,500 for law students. This $2,500 represents the total cost over the law student's academic career, which over a 3-year period, if broken out, would be $833 per year. This is to provide them materials and other services in preparation for the bar exam. The next is a request to increase the 3 graduate program fees at the University of Houston's College of the Arts. The cost increase is $100 for each of their programs in theater, music, and art. Currently, they charge $200 per student, and they're requesting a $100 increase to support their programming costs in the college. The next item is a request to establish a fee for the University of Houston Victoria's, it's a flight training program fee for their new aviation program, which begins in the fall of this coming year. The rate will be $400 per flight hour. The University of Houston Victoria is also requesting a $10 increase in its graduate application fees for domestic students and a $25 increase for international students, and their College of Business graduate program fee is requesting a $2 increase. At the University of Houston Clear Lake, they are requesting 12 new and modifying 10 graduate course fees in their College of Human Sciences and Humanities and their College of Education. As you can see here, the range of the increases, and they are also reducing 2 of their fees. These fees will support course materials, software costs, and lab supplies. Next slide, please. Moving on to the mandatory student fees. Again, as a reminder, these are fees that are charged to most students. At the University of Houston, we are requesting a $3 increase in the campus recreation fee. This has been recommended by the Campus Recreation Advisory Board at the University of Houston Clear Lake. They're requesting a $12.10 increase in their rec and wellness fee, which has been recommended by their applicable advisory committee. This $12.10 increase is for the fall and spring only. They have lesser increases for their mini and shorter semesters. The fee is the primary revenue stream to support operations and maintenance, debt service, and CapEx expenses to maintain the programming and services for each of these particular recreation centers. Next slide, please. The next is the voluntary fees. Again, these are fees that are paid for by our faculty, staff, and students as they purchase each of the services. Specifically, we'll be talking about meal plans, housing, and parking. With respect to housing, at the University of Houston is requesting an increase of anywhere from 2.2 to 5%, depending on the particular property. For perspective, at Cullen Oaks, one of our partnership properties here at the University of Houston, is planning a 5.75% increase. At Cambridge Oaks, they're planning a 3.4% increase. And again, at the University of Houston, as will be for the University of Houston Clear Lake and University of Houston Victoria, each of them have an advisory board or committee consisting of students, faculty, and staff, all of whom have supported the recommendations that you see before you here today.
Raymond, what did you say was for Cullen Oaks?
For Cullen Oaks, 5.75%.
But here it says the range is from 2.2 to 5, so is there a...
No, I'm sorry. This is at the University of Houston, the 2.2 to 5. What I'm saying is if we also survey around us and we want to know what's going on with the other properties, and so the other partnership properties are going up. Okay. Equally, we have surveyed the 10 other Texas public universities, and they have planned increases anywhere from 2.2 to 7%, with an average increase of between 3.6 and 4.5%. Next slide, please. With respect to meal plan changes, again, the meal plans are supported through the decisions here that are being brought forth to the committee for consideration are taken into consideration by an appropriate advisory group at each of our universities. And one of the things that is looked at is basically the cost of food and away from home and the cost of labor. And on a blended basis, the increase in that, if you will, inflation rate for labor and food is 6%. At the University of Houston, we also benchmark against other Texas universities with similar plans, and prior to any recommendation of a rate increase, the survey data shows that the University of Houston's meal plans were 7.5% below the peers before our recommended changes. And so we are requesting here at the University of Houston for our residential students an average increase of 5.4%. With respect to commuter plans, 5.8%. At Victoria, it's residential at 5.9% and it's commuter at 3.4%. And you can see at the bottom of the slide here what that represents in terms of dollars on average between a residential plan and a commuter plan. Next slide, please. With respect to parking at the University of Houston, many years ago, or a few years ago, we moved to what was called zone parking for our surface parking lots. We are now moving to basically aggregate our parking garages and our zones into tiers to reflect the supply and demand between each of these different, if you will, parking assets. The rates that you see here and the changes are part of a 4-year plan to ensure that we are able to invest in the safety and security enhancements that are necessary while meeting the operation expenses, including debt service, which is 51% of the total cost of operations at the University of Houston. And so with respect to Tier 1, you'll see the change and then the change in Tier 2, change in Tier 3, and change in Tier 4. With respect to Tier 1, we are attempting to equalize the rates among permit holders, which will allow us to create space without adding additional space, as there are at least 250 spaces in our Elgin Stadium and Welcome Center garages that are currently designated for faculty and staff only. And the committee considered all of the issues with respect to how to free up additional space without the cost of creating space. And we are bringing forth to you the recommendation to, in effect, equalize the cost of a permit between faculty, staff, and students, which will allow students to have access to these additional spaces that are being underutilized. With respect to Tier 2, we have approximately 2,500 underutilized spaces in these two garages, and we are trying to economically incentivize individuals who are in zones B and C who are on a wait list, of which there are over 3,000 on a wait list. So we're trying to address the supply and demand issue by making our East and Gateway garages much more affordable and attractive to our faculty and students. With respect to our garages, just to give you some perspective, we survey, of course, other universities, and if we look at the garages across our other peers that are of a like nature, i.e. urban universities, the median is $773 per year. The costs you see here are reflected on a semester basis, and so very competitive. The highest happens to be $1,242 among one of our peers. When you look at our zones, the median across the peers that we looked at is $709, and you can see at the University of Houston, if you annualize the cost, we're much lower than that at $500 to $550 per year. Specialty permits, the range looks considerably wide, but that's because predominantly, if we move to the next slide, you'll see that it's really the large change dollar-wise is a reflection of our gated and our reserved parkers. The majority of the rest of the parking increases are modest. At the University of Houston Clear Lake, next slide please, we are requesting increases of anywhere from $5 to $25. Again, the $25 would be for the reserve lot. Most of the rest of them are in the $5 to $10 or so range. There are some that are not going up at all. The average increase across all permit types at the University of Houston Clear Lake will be $8. That completes my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Bartlett? All right, no questions. May I hear a motion to approve the items as presented?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing and seeing no opposition, the items are approved unanimously. Item F is our next action item for the committee's consideration. Approval is requested to write off accounts and notes receivable for fiscal year 2023 University of Houston System. Mr. Bartlett, will you please present this item?
Yes, we are requesting a $7.9 million write-off of notes and accounts receivable that have been determined to be uncollectible at this time. We are writing these off for financial statement presentation purposes. However, we do not relieve the obligor of the debt. We continue to work with our students to try to collect the debt. The $7.9 million write-off is consistent with prior years, and to give you some perspective, the total amount of tuition and fees, auxiliary revenues, and research revenue that was generated was $1.1 billion, and we're writing off $7.9 million of that, which represents 0.66% of the total revenue.
Any questions for Mr. Bartlett? May I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Is there, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing and seeing no opposition, the motion item passes unanimously. The next item listed on...
Let me ask a question real quick.
Sure.
Is the 7.9 mainly just tuitions of students that have dropped out?
It's general. Most of it's that, yes. Or they didn't drop out, completed the semester, but because they were on an installment pay plan, or they took out a promissory note, they failed to complete the obligation. And so that will create an inability for them to then come back in the next semester unless they work out some type of a plan with us.
But they can never get it's, everything is, I would assume, is red tagged on that
Yes, sir.
student.
Yes.
That they can't get a copy of a transcript or anything to transfer to another school or whatever.
There are service indicators, red flags, that will stop service until they have an opportunity to visit with us and talk through it, yes.
So out of that 7.9 million, now that it's turned, I assume the auditors asked you to write that off, or is that just kind of what we do?
No, that's what we do internally. We assess if the account has had no activity over a period of time, we will deem it uncollectible.
Okay, so out of that 7.9 million, was all of it this previous year, or was it the last 3 years or 2 years?
It's 2 years.
Okay,
2 years.
and how much of that 7.9 million will be collectible then?
I would say probably less than a quarter of it.
Okay.
Does Rheingold change the conditions that you just discussed? I mean,
He's saying it does not,
I know.
that they still try to collect
So
it.
forever, I can't get a transcript if I can't pay that loan? A
Well,
student can't get
Yeah,
a transcript?
There's, okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
We ran into this a few years ago
Yeah.
with a graduate. I mean, do we have any way to help?
What we
that-
do is we would put them on an installment plan. That is one way that you might be able to get access. They've got to show some good faith effort towards paying back the money that they owe the institution.
So-
The law is evolving
We
a
have
little bit on
ways
this
to
too.
try to help.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure you recall the same incident where someone had actually graduated and had a job, but the job required a transcript and she couldn't get the transcript to get the job. And somehow we worked out something. I
We
mean,
do.
surely we've still got avenues
do.
in that instance to.
We do, and as Donna was alluding to, the law on this is, under the current administration, is evolving with respect to transcripts because of the mobility issues that are created and the view that the current administration takes on student loans. And so that's something that we're continuing to monitor. But if somebody comes to us and they're in that kind of a situation, we take it on a case-by-case basis. Sometimes we'll ask them to, if they can, to pay some amount, whether it's a third, a half, a quarter, make some good faith effort, and then sign basically a promissory note with us.
Any additional questions on item F? The next item listed on your agenda today is item G. Approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute insurance policies for fiscal year 2024-25 University of Houston System. Mr. Bartlett, will you please present on this item?
Yes, sir. We're requesting the delegation to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute insurance policies for the remainder of this year and into next year. The total estimated cost of our insurance program for all of our assets being insured for the system is $11.24 million. That represents a $1.1 million increase over the actual for fiscal year 23. About 50% of our total insurance premium increase is directly related to the increase in our total insured value, which is a function of new construction, construction in progress, or major renovation. And as the values that we report to the insurance carriers increases, of course, that increases the premium cost. The second 50% is roughly market conditions. As a reminder, the State Office of Risk Management currently facilitates the property directors and officers and other insurance lines for the university.
Any questions for Mr. Bartlett on item G? I'll properly move for approval of the item. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing and seeing no opposition, the motion passes. The item passes unanimously. The next item listed on your agenda today is item H. Approval is requested for the University of Houston System fiscal year 2025 holiday schedule. Mr. Bartlett, will you please present on this item?
Yes, the four universities work collaboratively to come up with a common calendar in which the university system will be closed. As shown here in this table, we have 15 days in the coming fiscal year, and we move forward this recommendation for your consideration and approval.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Bartlett on item H? May I hear a motion to approve item H, please?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing and seeing no opposition, the motion passes unanimously. The next item listed on your agenda today is item I. Approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts related to the sale of property for the University of Houston system. Mr. Bartlett, will you please present on this item?
Yes, sir. We have a piece of property that has been donated to the University of Houston system for the benefit of the University of Houston, and more specifically to the College of Education. The piece of property is a single-family residential lot in the Bel Air area with a single-family residence on it. The property's value of $400,000 is all in the land. We request approval to market and sell the property, and the proceeds, as I say, will go to the College of Education.
Any questions for Mr. Bartlett on item I?
Yeah, show us where the property is exactly.
Can we blow that up?
Yes.
How did we end up with this property? Was it a gift?
Yeah, it was a gift. It was a bequest. It's on Cedar Street, 4803 Cedar Street, Southside Place.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, off of 610 and Southside Place.
Any additional questions for Mr. Bartlett on item I?
No.
I'll move for the approval of item I. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Item passes unanimously. The next item listed on your agenda today is item J, report on the University of Houston System capital projects. Mr. Bartlett, will you please introduce this item?
Yes, sir. I'd like to invite David Oliver, our Senior Associate Vice Chancellor, Vice President for Facilities Construction Management, to the podium to present the great progress that he and his team have made with regards to capital projects throughout the system.
Thank you, Raymond. Good afternoon. As you should have in front of you is our latest quarterly briefing on our capital projects, which summarizes our current workload. As you can see from the second page, we are currently at $852 million of active projects within our University of Houston system. I'm going to spend a few moments and highlight some of the projects that have recently completed or are in process of completing, and those are about ready to get started. So as you can see here, those that are in red are projects that are currently, as I mentioned, either starting or completing within the system. For downtown, we have nothing currently. For University of Houston, we have our new RAD Center that is completing. We have our Football Operations Center, which is currently underway, and I'll speak to that a little bit more. We have our Sugarland Academic Building 2, which is getting ready to break ground. We have the McElhaney project, which is a core project, which is just getting ready to get started. And then we also have Agnes Arnold, which is another core project that we have multiple phases of which we're getting ready to start phase 2 this summer.
Mr. Oliver, what page is that in the board deck?
I'm sorry, sir?
What page is that in the board deck?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, it's, okay. 103, okay.
I'm sorry, for the project?
Yes, I have it.
You got
Thank
it?
you.
This one here.
103.
Right, it's not numbered, but after 100.
For University of Houston Clear Lake, we currently have nothing at this point in time, although we are, of course, working on a Bayou building project from some CCAP monies that they have. For University of Houston Victoria, we are currently broken ground and on our way on their new health and wellness building, which I'll show and speak to here in just a moment. First project I'll highlight is our new Retail Auxiliary and Dining Center, or the RAD Center, as we are currently calling it. For those of you who have been around for a while, recognize this is a replacement for the old satellite student focus center that we had. It had retail dining in it, as well as other student-related spaces in the building. It was prone to flooding, especially during Harvey. It experienced considerable damage, at which point we started looking at options to replace the facilities. So this new facility is above ground, I'm happy to report. We are currently in the final stages of the completion of the project. We're expecting to complete it here in March. We have opened a couple of the points of sale within the building, a coffee shop, I believe, and one other point of sale has been opened. It is, of course, centrally located here on the campus. It is going to be a beautiful facility. It is a beautiful facility, very student-focused, managed through our auxiliaries group. One of the things I do like to point out, it is one of the first buildings on campus that uses a new mass timber construction for the construction of the building, which gives it a much more warmth in terms of the construction. So it is very unique, first building we've done like this on this campus. You can see some of the details below in terms of the total budget, square footage 41,000, 2 floors, and again, as I mentioned, we are substantially completing it here in March. Next facility I want to highlight is down at University of Houston, Victoria, their new Health and Wellness Center. This is a brand new facility. We broke ground on it right before Christmas, I believe, around Thanksgiving, I believe. It is a $29 million facility that will, of course, focus on health and wellness. It includes gymnasiums, cardio weight rooms, all the normal stuff you would see in this type of facility. It does also have academic focuses within the building and includes a partnership with a clinic that will be in these spaces once completed. It is a 38,000 square foot facility, 2 floors, and we are looking at completion in December of 2024. Next slide. Not quite ready for that yet, Iggy. Hold just a moment. There we go. Thank you. So the next facility I'd like to highlight is our new Memorial Hermann Football Operations Center. As you can see, I've got a little video I want to show here in just a moment. But before we get there, just set the stage a little bit here. You can see some of the renderings. Top right is a rendering of the new facility once completed. It is going to be an absolutely gorgeous facility. You can see down below some of the pictures of the facility as it currently looks now after we got started on the construction. Obviously, this is a top-tier facility that includes all of our football operations, coach's office, meeting rooms, weight and training spaces, so on and so forth. What is unique about this project, and one of the things we discussed early on, it really is 2 projects. Of course, we have the building itself, which will house our football operations, but we will also be doing stadium improvements at the same time, which we will be increasing the number of suites. We have a new party deck. We will basically be integrating the building into the stadium and providing an enhanced experience, including what I am told will be the biggest scoreboard in the Big 12. So there you go. With that being said, as you can see here, we approved a budget, board approved a budget at $140 million. I'm happy to report we are currently at $130 million on this budget, so we are doing extraordinarily well. And I will call out, I rarely do this, but I will call out the team on this project as it has been extraordinary. And with that being said, if you would roll the video for me, Iggy. So the video you're about to see is a drone video of the facility. So you are looking at it from the west, looking back towards the west. As you can see, we have completely deconstructed the west end zone. The building you see there is an existing visitor locker room and concession stand building, which will remain and be repurposed. But as you can see, we have torn out that end of the stadium, and the new facility will be built on that site, and then, of course, the stadium will be integrated into the new facility. As we rotate around towards the west, you can see, of course, our indoor football practice facility. And I was going to highlight, there you go. You can actually, in the top right, see our new UH on the top of the Alumni Center, which we just got completed putting in as well. So
a beautiful facility. We started this, just to give you a sense, this was approved by the board in May of 2023. Last home game against Oklahoma State was on 18 November, and this is the progress since then, which has been substantial. So this team is really rocking it, to be honest. We have a great contractor and a great team, and working in conjunction with athletics, right now we are seeing amazing progress. David, do I recall correctly, we mobilized prior to? We literally mobilized the day after the last home game. We were literally in the parking lot ready to go. So we, of course, will have the building, our goal and the schedule is to have that end of the stadium enclosed and ready for this fall for our upcoming football season. So right now, I can confidently say we are on schedule.
Mr. Oliver, thank you for that report. Any questions for Mr. Oliver?
I had a couple more.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm not quite there. Close. I did want to highlight our Sugarland Academic Building. This is a new building out at Sugarland, which will be the new home of the College of Technology, I guess Division of Technology, which has now been incorporated into the College of Engineering. This, of course, will be focused on lab, office spaces, and will result in that division of technology completely relocating to the Sugarland campus location. So as you can see here, the basic numbers, $65 million. Substantial completion is scheduled in July of 2025. We also have two core projects I'd like to touch upon. First one is the McLean renovation. This is one of our core projects that has been a focus for our Centennial Master Plan to move forward. The College of Education will be relocating into this facility from the Ferris Hall, which, as you may recall, is scheduled to be demolished. So we have been working very hard with the College of Education to identify their needs as well as get the project into the budget that we have. We are, of course, renovating the facility pretty much completely. We are looking at, of course, offices, faculty, staff, student spaces, classrooms, et cetera. So it will be a full service building for our College of Education. Budget currently is $35 million, and we have substantial completion in June of 2025. Last but not least, I want to touch upon Agnes Arnold, as I mentioned earlier. This was a core project. We have accelerated and included more scope due to recent events, which were approved in the August 2023 board. We are currently getting ready to proceed with phase 2 of the project. Phase 2 being a complete overhaul of the security system on the building. For those of you who are familiar with the building, it is an open facility which allows free access to the facility, which due to some of our the transients that tend to be on campus causes some concerns with our faculty and staff. So we will be adding access control systems and other security means to address that issue this summer. The building will continue to be occupied. Phase 3 of the Agnes Arnold project is currently in the design phase, and we are looking at going live with that one next summer as we get through that design, and it will include a complete renovation of the facility, offices, classrooms, complete mechanical, electrical systems, which have been giving us a lot of concerns. So with that being said, it is a total budget of $61 million, and again, as I said, total completion of the facility, phase 3, would be in the spring of 2027. With that being said, that is all I had, and if there are any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver, for that comprehensive report. Any questions for Mr. Oliver on item J?
Do we plan on most of its construction being done in the summer to mitigate moving classrooms, or is there a plan for faculty offices and classrooms?
Our plan right now with Agnes Arnold is that once we get to the comprehensive renovation, that the level of noise, dust, and just general disruption, because we will be overhauling and dealing with the electrical and mechanical systems, is that the building at that time will not be habitable. So we will be taking and relocating folks out of Agnes Arnold into temporary swing space. We are looking at what that looks like and how that can be accomplished. Our goal is to do it all in one shot because that is maximum efficiencies and minimum disruptions. But swing space is at a premium on campus, so hopefully we will not have to do it in phases. But our goal is to do all the building at one time once we get that at stage, so we will not and we'll have everybody out and we can go as fast as we can, because that is the desire at this point.
And we're working with the dean and the provost on all of those issues, as well as, of course, and the registrar ultimately relocating the classrooms. So a lot of coordination and planning that will go into this, because it's a big move.
It is an extremely large building.
Any additional questions for Mr. Oliver? This item was presented for information only and no committee action is required. Following the committee's approval of the last action item addressed, I would now like to request that the 7 action items considered by the committee be placed on the board's consent docket agenda for the final board approval as follows. Number 1, approval is requested to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts exceeding $1 million for the purchase of goods and services, excluding construction contracts at the University of Houston system. Number 2, approval is requested to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute construction contracts exceeding $1 million for the projects at the University of Houston system. Number 3, approval is requested for changes to certain graduate and non-resident undergraduate fiscal year 2025 tuition rates, optional academic fees, mandatory student recommended fees, and voluntary and optional fees at the University of Houston system. Number 4, approval is requested to write off accounts and notes receivable for fiscal year 2023 University of Houston system. Number 5, approval is requested to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute insurance policies for fiscal year 2024-25 University of Houston system. Number 6, approval is requested for the University of Houston system fiscal year 2025 holiday schedule. And number 7, approval is requested to delegate authority to the chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts related to the sale of property for the University of Houston system. May I hear a motion to place these 7 action items on the board's consent docket agenda?
So move.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Hearing and seeing no objection, the matter passes unanimously. These 7 action items unanimously approved by the committee will be placed on the board's consent docket agenda for final approval at the Board of Regents meeting held later today, February 21st of 2024. Section 2, the executive session, is the next item listed on your agenda. It should be noted that an executive session will not be held today. Does anyone have any additional questions or further comments? If not, there being no further business to come before this committee, this meeting is adjourned, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's take about a 5-minute break, and then we'll start the board meeting, please. 5 minutes. Too sharp. That's right. I'm surprised that none of the Houston media, they're out there with the kid with the dreadlocks out there, and that's where they are. I was reading it. You know, dreadlocks, because it's racist, is more, is better than student fees.
Any
If we had a little race put into this, it would be a better story.
What are they doing? Are they type who keeps
Out in the school where the kid was suspended for having dreadlocks. Yeah. So the news media is covering that.
Well, you've done it, obviously.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I welcome everyone to the Board of Regents meeting of the University of Houston Board of Regents. As the chairman of the board, I would now like to call this meeting to order. I'd like to take a moment of silence in memory of Welcome Wilson Sr., former chairman of the board and alumni of the University of Houston, who, when I got on this board 15 years ago, was chairman and was a great leader, spokesman, very proud of the University of Houston wherever he went. He will be sorely missed for all his endeavors as a great entrepreneur in Houston, is once again a great leader of the University of Houston. So let's have a few seconds to remember Welcome. Thank you all very much. The first item listed on your agenda today is item 2, open forum. We have 10 individuals today. It is such a pleasure to have some people speak in open forum. We haven't had anybody in a few years, so we surely welcome you. As a reminder, your presentation is limited to 3 minutes. At 3 minutes, I will cut you off. So try to keep it to, I don't care if you speak 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Like I said, I welcome you all. I appreciate you being here and look forward to it. Our first speaker today is Landon Ritchie. Will you please step forward and give your remarks, please?
Good afternoon, Chancellor Couture and members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to speak here today. My name is Landon Ritchie, and I am a senior graduating in May, majoring in political science. Many of my peers that you will hear from today will highlight the suicides that took place at Agnes Arnold last year, almost a year ago, and rightfully so, for their deaths exposed the pervasive deficits of on-campus mental health supports available to us. Due to inadequate funding and a lack of sufficient institutional support, counseling and psychological services, or CAPS, has historically been unable to meet the needs of students, both for short and long-term mental health needs. An increase in mental health challenges experienced by students, including stress, anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation, has exacerbated the pre-existing strain on these resources. And when one visit to CAPS can be the difference between life and death, ensuring its ability to care for students ought to be an imperative. Bolstering these essential services through funding cannot and should not be a one-off, nor spurred only by the tragic loss of life. But with the rejection of SFAC's recommendations on exactly how to honor the commitment to do better, it appears that support for student wellness is conditional and limited. An increase in the need for these services should translate into a comparable increase in long-term incremental funding to on-campus support systems. The university is only as healthy and as successful as that of its students and community at large, and thus has a responsibility to invest in our continued well-being as fervently as we invest in our educational experience. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. It's amazing how much you can get out in a minute and 45 seconds, so thank you. Our second speaker today is Jesus Nito. Will you please step forward and give us your remarks, please?
Good afternoon. Chairman Fertitta, members of the board. My name is Jesus Nieto. I am a current graduate student at the Hobby School of Public Affairs and a member of the Student Fees Advisory Committee. I have 5 years' experience being part of the UH system as a student advocate for issues in higher education. During my time as an undergraduate student at the University of Houston downtown, I was elected to represent 15,000 students at the university as SGA president. What I learned was that in order to be a successful leader that impacts a large group of students, you have to be able to listen to your constituents. So I would like to ask the board these questions. How many students have to continue to hurt before support services get adequate funding at this institution? How much is athletics going to continue to take away from students' pockets? How much of a financial burden are we going to make students have to feel during the difficult economic time we are facing today? These are questions that your constituents, the student body who is here today watching, that have been asking me throughout this entire process. Sorry. As the top administrators of the system, it is within your duty to do what is best for the students across the system. And I believe that voting to approve the SFAC recommendations are the best for the student body at this time. To the university leadership, who in the past 16 years has never rejected student-led recommendations until this year, I would like to say, how dare you? I mean, how dare you, after 1 year anniversary of 2 students committing suicide on this campus, you would reject the student-led recommendations that will bring resources to units that need the support to provide programming and aid to the students that need it. This is disgraceful and a slap to the face to the student body. To continue to rip off from students of their money every academic year with the rising cost of tuition and fees is ridiculous. The student body has come to witness how the administration will defend not providing funding to support services, and I'm glad they will get to see the truth. I want to turn to the student regent right now. Malad, you represent 75,000 students across this system. At this time, being a bystander is enabling and supporting the opposition's recommendations instead of being a leader to the students that you represent. As a colleague and friend, I ask you to be the voice of reason among the board. Lead by example to the student body who is here today to witness what will determine which units will receive their student fee funds. Sitting by and catering to administrators while there are serious issues happening on this campus are not the traits of a leader. Lastly, I would like to just have this on record of how many problems this campus is facing. The administration is not prioritizing. The College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences, the class is facing a 60% reduction of their adjunct professors, which this leads to students' ability to graduate on time will deplete. The last thing I'll say is the UH alumni are watching, the city's watching, but most importantly, the student body is watching. Approve the ASFAC recommendations and say no to the president's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesus. Our third speaker today is Tyler Luck. Will you please step forward and give your remarks, please?
Good afternoon, Chancellor Couture, Chairman Fertitta, esteemed regents, and UH system stakeholders. Thank you for allowing me to speak at this board meeting regarding student service fees and funding allocation. My name is Tyler Luke, and I am a junior psychology student here at the University of Houston's main campus. As the Student Government Association Vice President of this school, I have gained valuable insight into our campus, the mission, operations, and funding of our student-facing services and initiatives, and the needs of our university's student body. However, my journey as Vice President was prefaced in the spring of last year by not 1, but 2 student suicides on our campus. These occurred within 6 weeks of each other. These are not the first to happen at Agnes Arnold Hall, nor could these be the last. These preventable deaths remain a personally triggering and collectively painful reminder of the work that we need to do for our campus constituents' mental health and well-being. I urge the Board of Regents to consider the importance of bolstering critical units, such as counseling and psychological services, through timely, adequate funding. CAP should not be, and I quote an external review of this service, significantly under-resourced in terms of direct service providers. For a campus enrollment of 47,000, we recommend 35 total clinical full-time equivalents, a doubling of current clinical service capacity to meet the average range for large university counseling centers, end quote. At UH, we currently have only 24 counselors out of a recommended 35. Funding for additional CAP salaries, as requested by CAP staff and students, has continually been denied by university leadership. In addition to funding more CAPS clinicians, I quote the same external review, salaries for service providers are reportedly less competitive than the Houston market and other state universities its size, and a salary review and competitive adjustment is also recommended, end quote. Not only does our campus need more counselors, we need those counselors to be paid enough. Our university has promised a massive undertaking to launch, in the words of our chancellor, an aggressive internal campaign to raise awareness of our mental health resources and create a culture of care. I speak in support of our Student Fee Advisory Committee's recommendations when I ask our campus leadership to match their promises to prioritize their students with the money to support these mental well-being strategic goals and initiatives. I ask that we students be given the resources to continue our pursuits of academic and personal excellence in healthy and sustainable ways. If we are to make our campus and our university system the model for higher education, we must lead with how we provide care for ourselves, each other, and our students. But however, that starts with having enough funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. Our fourth speaker today is Benjamin Risk, Student Government President. Will you please step forward and give your remarks, please, Benjamin?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Benjamin Risk, and I'm the student body president here at the University of Houston. When I was 14 years old, I fell in love with UH when my older brother, an optometry student at UH at the time, brought me to my first Cage Rage pep rally. The atmosphere was electric, and when I saw the community come together for that event, I instantly understood the power athletics had to be a driving force for good in this community. Athletics is a very important piece of the puzzle here for UH to be successful. However, it must not ever come at the expense of critical services for students and the education of our students. As most of you know, each student at the University of Houston pays $260 each semester in student service fees. What many of you are probably unaware of is that the $23 million generated by our fees are allocated each year by a legally mandated student-led committee called the Student Fees Advisory Committee, or SFAC, as mandated by the Texas Education Code, Section 54.5062. In the entire history of SFAC at UH, there has never been a time in which the president of the University of Houston has refused to follow the recommendations of the student-led committee. However, last week, President Couture rejected the right of the students to decide how to allocate our own money, and worse, she plans to raise our fees against our will. Of the $23 million generated annually by the student service fee, $8.3 million is historically allocated to athletics, representing roughly 1/3 of all student service fee revenues. SFAC felt very strongly that athletics should partition and utilize student fees specifically for student programming and marketing. SFAC also believed that given the extraordinary investment by the students in the department during President Couture's tenure, more than $108 million, that it was imperative SFAC also ensure that the students' dollars are being invested wisely. This is why SFAC recommended an external review of the department, something that has been routinely done for almost every other major department at UH during President Couture's tenure. However, what everyone has conveniently seemed to forget is that the authorization of the code does not lie, of this external review, does not lie in the Texas Education Code, but rather in the memorandum of understanding that I passed out to all of you between the Student Government Association and President Couture in Clause 8, in which it is stated that, quote, the Student Government Association may appoint a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 7 students to serve on a student committee to review UH athletics facility usage. This group will have the opportunity to meet with UH Athletics to analyze the financial performance of the 2 student-supported facilities, as well as to review scheduling processes and planned maintenance. The notion that after investing more than $108 million into the athletics department, that we are not allowed to have any oversight over the efficacy of how that money is spent is nothing short of taxation without representation. President Couture has spent the last 16 years telling the Texas legislature and the press that she is only doing what the students have chosen to do when increasing the student service fee to subsidize athletics. But suddenly, when the students choose to reallocate a small portion of those funds to units in dire financial need, she says, we don't have the right to make that decision. You cannot have it both ways. Many of the units in most dire need of funding are critical units. Units like CAPS, Cougars in Recovery, the Children's Learning Centers, the Center for Student Empowerment, the Veterans Service Office, and I can name a lot more. Units that we need to save students' lives at a time when we are facing a clear mental health and suicide crisis on campus.
I've given you an extra minute because you were the president, but in all due respect, you're over 4 minutes. So thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. Our fifth speaker today is Veronica Nawana. Will you please step forward? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fertitta, members of the board, and Dr. Couture. My name is Veronica Wana, a graduating junior here in the Honors College, majoring in journalism with a minor in laws, values, and policies. I pride myself on being an involved student. I served as cultural chair for the Nigerian Student Association to promote diversity on campus, and currently I'm a senator for the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences in the Student Government Association. I'm also vice president of the Student Governing Board for the Honors College and a member of Pre-Law Society. But most of all, I come here as an advocate for the students. The first time I met Dr. Couture was upon invitation to the Roundtable Talk in February 2023. I was excited to share my concerns with her, and I felt like I could relate with her because we both come from immigrant backgrounds. And this was a crucial time for students, being it was immediately after the first suicide of last year at Agnes Arnold. Concerned, I asked about what plans her team had to prevent this from happening again and suggested reconstruction of Agnes Arnold. She said they would consider renovations, but she needs to talk with her architecture department. However, nothing changed in the following weeks. It wasn't until the second suicide at the same Agnes Arnold building that they rapidly began construction. It's clear that the administration waits until it's too late before they make changes, which is what prompted me to become an SGA senator in the first place, to be a voice for the students. But to hear that for the first time in history, she's outright rejected where the students suggest that our $23 million in fees go makes me feel that our work is being done in vain. As a student who prides myself in academics, I want to share how my advisors have helped me succeed into the student I am today. I've been on the dean's list since I began my time at the University of Houston. I'm a graduating junior with a 4.0 GPA, and I'm getting ready to graduate. And I could say that I would be nowhere without my advisors, although at one point, Valencia was down to just one advisor. My advisors have helped me get to where I am today, not the football team, not the basketball team, and not the golf team. And to even suggest cutting funding for academic advising, well, that's all that students like me have come here for. A public research university recognized throughout the world as a leader in energy and health research, law, business, and environmental education. If we don't get resources for academics and none to support mental health, how am I going to succeed? Because I can assure you athletics is not going to help me succeed. As the demand for success weighs heavily on numerous students, particularly those of us from immigrant backgrounds like myself, it's crucial to recognize that the need for mental health resources is inseparable from achieving academic excellence. Let's take a moment to reflect on the state of students' mental health less than a year ago. It's imperative that we address this issue head on and ensure that adequate support systems are in place to promote both academic achievement and overall well-being. I urge you guys to do the right thing and take into account every Cougar here at the University of Houston, not just the athletes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Veronica. Our sixth speaker today is Diane Verghese. Will you please come forward and give your remarks?
Sorry. Hi, my name is Diane, and I'm a senior, and I'm standing before you today to speak on behalf of my fellow students to emphasize the importance of letting SFAC do their job and allocate student fee funds to benefit students at the university. The University of Houston has prided itself in enrolling almost 47,000 students last semester. Every one of those students came to this university to pursue their dream career. With that being said, UH generates around $23 million in student service fees. It is important that that fee legally, but also ethically, is generated using our money are to be given back to us in resources. This includes funding for student services such as CAPS, EOS, Children's Learning Center, the Center of Student Empowerment, Cougars in Recovery, and more. We must prioritize the well-being and success of our students through adequate support systems. It's revolting that it took a massive mental health crisis for the university to start taking our mental health seriously. UT, A&M, and Rice have all used their student service fees to have free mental health resources, while up until 2023, students were still paying CAPS $5 per session. It should not have taken a campus-wide mental health and suicide crisis for the school to finally give us free access to therapy and counseling. EOS also plays a pivotal role in this university by allowing students to deal with sexual misconduct and discrimination. They allow students to feel heard, seen, and taken care of when a life crisis occurs. Thousands of students use these resources every semester. However, units are underfunded, overworked, overlooked by administration. Other student services provide resources to students that can either make or break their experiences in college. All of these units and services are vital to promoting campus culture and empowerment. The money that we're asking for to relocate is meant to benefit all of us. It allows campus staff to be paid adequately for the students and to get the best mental health care that they deserve, to provide resources to students so they can continue studying at this university. These are investments, and to also pay staff. These are investments that students' futures and reputations of this university. I urge the Board of Regents to prioritize the allocation of funds for students such as CAPS, EOS, and student services. The best way to do this is by allowing SFAC, a committee that is consisted of students, to do their job. The students of the UH demand to be acknowledged, respected, and supported by the university that they invested their money in. That's it.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Saron Ragasha. Will you please step forward and give your remarks, please?
For whom does it get better? And what kind of better does it get? This is a question about how we move through this how we move this university forward through our policies and how we understand our role moving forward. My name is Saron Ragasa, and I'm a first-generation student. I'm Black. I'm a woman, which has shaped my education here and why I came to the University of Houston in the first place. The University of Houston, whenever I first got here, touted its diversity, how diverse Houston as a city was, and how UH had programs to support us for our mental health, for inclusion purposes in like different skills and academic fields, and for Black history. So far, I've been part of the UH debate team. I've been a public policy major, which has taught me how to localize my politics to the people I impact now. And I've directly created to the creation of UH history by curating a display for Black history last month dedicated to the Black students who have spearheaded Black and African American studies on campus. So when you ask the question, what kind of better has it gotten? I think about the moment in class last year when I was sitting and I saw police sirens going off in my class because I was right across from a suicide that happened in the middle of the day. I think about the defunding of programs like DE&I while I've been here, and how I've seen students come in with no support and no ways to understand their experience here without going through loopholes. I've seen the erasure of inclusion policies. And a close friend of mine, Zerubbabel, committed suicide in November. As a student senator, we have shifted our student government to respond to the lack of care that we've seen as a result of state crackdowns and discriminatory policies here. We've shifted to try to care and compensate for the lack of mental care on campus, for the lack of education regarding Black history here. I've even spearheaded forwarding a policy to attend to the people like Zaru in supporting student advocacy. So my answer is it hasn't gotten better, because we've been faced with constant pushback at all levels. I'd like to firstly quote Chancellor Brenou's own letter, who in the middle of last year says that we stand against any actions which promote discrimination under the guise of diversity, equity, inclusion, implying diversity and equity is harmful to the University of Houston, a complete turnaround from why I came here in the first place. And it's a slap in the face to the students who have come here to forward their advocacy, to the able students you have gotten in their face of to say that we care about Black history here. For who will it get better? Not me, not Zaru. If you do not support and approve the SVAC recommendations as is, to not trade off students' health, maintenance, and programs for care. Renou's betrayal of students' welfare doesn't have to become institutionally enforced, or else, if you do support Renou's betrayal, suicides that continue to happen will be on your hands.
Our next speaker is I.K. Avebro. Will you please come forward, please, sir?
Okay, testing. Okay, good afternoon to the Board of Regents. Good afternoon, Dr. Couture. I'm I.K. Vaja. I'm an electrical engineering student here at the University of Houston. I want to tell you a little bit about my background. So, growing up, I was a kid who really loved football. I never knew what I wanted to do with my life personally. I watched my older sister take on a business major at the University of Houston. Now, I remember the first time I ever visited the University of Houston with her when she was going off to college, when she graduated high school. I fell in love with the university, looking at all the architecture, looking at all the events she was able to go to through her own college visit. I decided from that point on in the 8th grade, I was gonna go to the University of Houston. I decided not even to go on my own visit. I just said, I'm just gonna go to freshman orientation and go to the university. This helped me fall in love with the university. A big thing I wanted to do was play sports. I was in love with football, but I realized sometimes it doesn't pan out. Maybe that's not your calling, maybe that's not God's plan. And I decided to take on engineering. I became enrolled in engineering college, and I cannot deny the fact of how much athletics has played a role in my life. It's changed my hard work, it changed my work ethic, it made me a hard worker, it made me resilient, and it's one of the reasons why I wanted to come to the University of Houston. I wanted to play football, and I didn't get that opportunity. Athletics should be funded, athletics should have its opportunities, but we cannot ignore the necessary needs of the students. Funding for the students, without that, there is no progress for the university. We don't have alumni to come back and help other students gain notoriety, to gain that opportunity, to gain that success that will continue to boil on into the importance of our university and of a university, and that is the success of the students. I want to remind me as a University of Houston student with an ECE, I get little advising. I do my best to try to seek counsel from my other students within the student body. As a freshman, I had to seek counsel from senior students. I've personally been to one advising appointment because there's just so many students that can go into one advisor for electrical engineering, and she can't do it all. She can't advise everybody, but I've had to be able to use whatever I have to be able to support myself. And I feel like without the necessary precautions in taking the advisement of SVAC, this is deterring the students of our university, that's deterring our confidence, our strength, and our overall drive to be in the university. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Ashley Lubin.
Hello, Board of Regents. My name is Ashley Lubin. I'm thankful that you guys are here listening to us, and I appreciate it. I'm the SGA Senator of the Honors College. Due to my close proximity to the Student Fee Advisory Committee members, I've seen how hard they push for student fees to address student needs. Every aspect of these student resources are of vital importance. But today, as a senior psychology student and a member of the CAPS Advisory Board, I'm going to speak on what I know, and that's mental health. A year ago, this campus entered a mental health crisis. As I'm sure you're all aware, and as we have stated many times, 2 students lost their life to suicide. I remember walking to class those 2 weeks. It felt like The air had been sucked out of the campus. Everyone was hurting. You didn't have to know those students to recognize them. They were fighting the same battle we have witnessed so often. And friends, classmates, siblings, coworkers, ourselves. UH administration saw this struggle and created the Cougs Care Initiative. It's a program focused on mental and physical wellness, creating connections, and offering support to Cougs who felt left out or left behind. It was the university's way of saying that they were there for us. Flash forward to now. UH is being offered the opportunity to allocate student funds in a way that is helpful to every student here, that allows for the resources dedicated to mental health that we deserve. The fact is, we do not have sufficient infrastructure currently to support the mental health struggles that are unavoidable on a campus like ours. I've seen the JED campus checklist. I know how many holes we have yet to fill to make this campus a better place for those struggling. We have holes in crisis management, in identifying students at risk, holes in strategic planning. I'm on the CAPS advisory committee. I've seen firsthand how compassionate our counselors are and how desperately they need a hand and a raise to continue to stay afloat. They're in urgent need of more commission and support staff to be the resource they're meant to be. I've seen the stress of classmates. I've seen the solo lunches at Moody and Cougar Woods. I've seen withdrawal from classes. I've seen failing grades. I've seen the loss of hope. You know who else has seen these things? UH admin. And they're still choosing against funding these programs. They can plaster on every wall on this campus the words Cougs Care, but their actions right now say otherwise. The fact is, Cougs seem to care much more about profit than their students. When those students lost their lives last year, Rita Couture, you issued a statement saying students are our first priority. Right now, we as students are telling you that statement is not being honored. SFAC is recommending an avenue to show your students just how much of a priority they are. If you claim that Cougs care, it's time to put your money where your mouth is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Our final speaker today is Frances Bolger. Will you please step forward to give your remarks?
As we have heard for the past 27 minutes, the university's allocation of funds to athletics over student services actively harms the students of this campus. The misallocation of student fees is not the only mismanagement of funds that the university engages in. The university is also guilty of investing in weapons manufacturers like Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, and General Electric, giving $7.6 million to these companies since 2016. We urge the Board of Regents to divest from all weapons manufacturers and do not approve the modifications to the UH System Endowment Fund Statement of Objectives and Policies until it includes a requirement of socially responsible investments. These investments into weapons manufacturers not only fund the wars and genocides that these companies actively perpetuate, these investments actively harm the students of this campus. Last semester, there was an email sent out claiming that the university will reach out to the students who are directly affected by a genocide. Not a word of support has been heard. One student lost over 10 family members, dropped the majority of her classes, and is yet to hear from her university. Students and faculty of conscience endure every day knowing that they work and learn at an institution that chooses profit over life. Students cannot pretend that business can go on as usual. Right now, it's more critical than ever to divest from weapons manufacturers and ensure socially responsible investing. The university has funded the very companies that are producing bombs and bullets to enact genocide on Palestinians at this very minute. Over 1,000 students of conscience have signed a petition for our demands. The student government of UH passed a resolution calling for these demands in 2022. Houstonians, including 5 council members, have called for a ceasefire in Gaza. Do not betray the students of this campus, the people of Houston, and the government of our people by investing in and thus perpetuating a genocide that we are all calling for an end of. We know that right now, the stocks of these companies are booming because war is good for their business. But we ask you, do not invest the university's money in them. Reject the annual investment recommendation. Do not approve any modification to the UH System Endowment Fund Statements of Objectives and Policies until it includes our demands for socially responsible investments. Listen to the students, listen to Houston, and do not sully the reputation of this university with the blood of thousands. Stand with the students of this university and the representatives of the city and divest from death. Thank you.
All right, I don't think that was on the agenda, but it was good to hear. Francis, that was great. Truly appreciate those comments, and we really appreciate all of your comments today, and all of you who spoke proved to be great leaders in the future, and hopefully some of you are sitting around this table one day. So thank you all very, very much, and we do appreciate listening to you. Thank you all. Have a great day. All right, we'll now continue with our meeting, everyone. The next item listed on your agenda, item 3, approval of the minutes from the following meetings. November 16th, 2023 Board of Regents meeting, the December 1st, 2023 special called teleconference Board of Regents meeting, the January 29th, 2024 special called teleconference Board of Regents meeting. Do you all have a copy of all of these? Please just look at them quickly, and let me know if there's any corrections. When you're done, I'll hear a motion to approve these minutes as distributed. All right. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries, and these minutes are hereby approved. The next item to be addressed from our agenda today is Board of Regents 4, a presentation by University of Houston Faculty Senate President on faculty well-being in the academic environment, University of Houston. Dr. Susie Gronseth, Faculty Senate President, will you please present your remarks? How are you today? It is great to see you again.
Thank you very much. Chairman Fertitta and board members, thank you for the opportunity to provide remarks this afternoon. As a faculty member, I am passionate about my subject matter and care deeply about my students' success in the classroom and beyond. I feel like academia has been a place where I've thrived, providing opportunities to cultivate and use my skills to create new ideas, have an impact, and continue to develop professionally. One of the challenges of being an educator, though, is that I can be at risk for severe emotional and compassion fatigue. As you know, we're working with students, as we have seen, who are struggling with mental health challenges and resource needs. For example, the UH Cougar Cupboard the on-campus food pantry currently has over 7,000 undergraduate and graduate students enrolled and averages 800 plus weekly visits during normal operations. That accounts for about 16% of our total student population here at UH. As faculty, we recognize constraints on resources and difficult decisions regarding where budgets might be trimmed. Yet it will be important to continue prioritizing initiatives that promote well-being. Well-being through the lens of self-determination theory depends on 3 basic psychological needs: autonomy, competence, and relatedness. One such initiative at UH is the Faculty Engagement and Development Unit in the Provost Office, which provides the Faculty Cafe, a place of interdisciplinary engagement, professional development, mentoring, and support for faculty and postdoctoral scholars. Competence is provided through an infrastructure that enables us to employ our skills productively, including expanding with new buildings, maintaining our existing ones, and providing supportive technologies. Intangibles like open and transparent communication also go a long way to a positive campus climate that is essential for well-being. And I affirm in my experience in this position that our leadership invites discussion and faculty perspectives regularly. Getting a college degree is among the best investments anyone will ever make, said a recent article from Forbes, with having a college degree meaning a $1 million more income than those without. Across the UH system, we serve a significant portion of first-generation students. 44.5% of the fall 2023 undergraduate enrollment at UH were first generation, meaning the altering of the economic trajectories for over 14,000 students. This is certainly important and life-changing work that we are engaging in here. I close with a comment from Dr. Jonathan Capel, president of Montclair State University and the keynote speaker of our UH faculty conference that was held here on campus last month. He remarked after his visit to UH, "We know we have work to do addressing higher ed shortcomings. Graduation rates must get higher, obstacles must be removed, and institutions must be transformed to meet the needs of today's diverse population of learners. It takes ingenuity, commitment, and hard work, a challenge President Couture and the entire UH team are clearly up for. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Dr. Gronsmith, for your comments today. The item was presented for information only, and no further board action is required. Section 3, next item on your agenda, our committee reports, which list the board's consent docket agenda items. These items have been considered and unanimously approved at each of our board committee meetings, which were held earlier today. Pursuant to Board Bylaws 6.9, any regent may request that an individual item be removed from the board's consent docket agenda and addressed by the full board. I'd now like the chair of each of these committees to present their respective reports. Our first committee report will be addressed by the chair of the Endowment Management Committee, Regent Durga Agrawal. Regent, would you please present your committee report, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Endowment Management Committee met earlier today, February 21, 2024, and unanimously approved the following 5 action items for submission to the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval today as follows. Number 1, approval is requested for partial or full liquidation of various managers across multiple asset classes to support the fiscal year 2024 endowment payout, University of Houston system. Number 2, approval is requested for the fiscal year 2024 University Advancement Endowment Assessment Rate, University of Houston system. Number 3, approval is requested to transfer the Joe W. Martin Scholarship Endowment to the University of Houston Foundation. Number 4, approval is requested to modify the U.S. System Endowment Fund Statement of Objectives and Policies. Number 5, the annual review and approval of the U.S. System Investment Policy for non-endowed funds. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my committee report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next committee report will be addressed by Regent Greg King, who is the chair of the Audit and Compliance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Audit and Compliance Committee met earlier today, and there were no items brought forward requiring final board approval. This concludes my committee report.
Thank you, sir. The next committee report will be addressed by Regent Beth Madison, chair of the Academic Research and Student Success Committee. Would you please give us your committee report?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Academic Research and Student Success Committee met earlier today, February 21, 2024, and unanimously approved the following 3 action items for submission to the board's consent docket agenda for final board approval today as follows. 1, presentation of admissions requirement changes for first-time in-college students applying to the University of Houston, Victoria. 2, approval of faculty promotion and academic rank, University of Houston. 3, approval of University of Houston system mission statements. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my committee report.
Thank you, Regent Madison. Our final committee report will be given by Regent Ricky Raven, chair of Finance, Facilities, and Administration Committee. Regent Raven, please present your report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Finance, Facilities, and Administration Committee met earlier today, February 21st, 2024, and unanimously approved the following 7 action items for submission on the board's consent docket agenda for the final board approval today as follows. Number 1, approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts exceeding $1 million for the purchase of goods or services, excluding construction contracts, at the University of Houston system. Number 2, approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute construction contracts exceeding $1 million for projects at the University of Houston system. Number 3, approval is requested for changes to certain graduate and non-resident undergraduate fiscal year 2025 tuition rates, optional academic fees, mandatory student recommended fees, and voluntary and optional fees at the University of Houston system. Number 4, approval is requested to write off accounts and notes receivable for fiscal year 2023 University of Houston system. Number 5, approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute insurance policies for fiscal year 2024-25 University of Houston System. Number 6, approval is requested for the University of Houston System fiscal year 2025 holiday schedule. And number 7, approval is requested to delegate authority to the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts related to the sale of property for the University of Houston System. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my committee report.
Thank you, sir. Pursuant to Board Bylaws 6.9, does any regent wish to request that an individual item be removed from the Board's consent docket agenda and addressed by the full Board for further discussion today? If not, may I hear a motion to approve all items as presented in each of the committee reports?
So moved.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All items listed under the various committee reports, consent docket agenda items have been approved by the full Board. We'll now move to Section 4, listed on your agenda, committee report items not addressed in the consent docket but requiring final Board approval today. There were no items brought forward from the various committees today requiring final Board approval. Next on our agenda is Section 5, additional Board agenda items to be presented before the full Board. The first item is BOR 5, introduction of Vice President, Vice Chancellor to for Student Affairs, University of Houston System. Chancellor Couture, would you please present this item?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to present for your approval the appointment of Dr. Paul Kittle as the next University of Houston System Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs and the University of Houston Vice President for Student Affairs. Paul, would you please just stand? Dr. Kittle joins us from the University of Texas at Arlington, where he served as Senior Associate Vice President for Student Affairs for 5 years. Prior to joining the UT Arlington, he served in student affairs leadership positions at High Point University, Auburn University, and Clemson University. A consummate professional, he holds a PhD in higher education administration from Auburn University and a bachelor's and master's in business administration from Penn West, California. With his nearly 30 years of experience in the field and proven track record, I look forward to him furthering our UH system student success goal and the UH's vision to become a top 50 public university. I would like to respectfully ask for your approval of his appointment as the System Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs.
Is it information?
That's not right. It's not an approval item, I don't believe.
Okay.
This was information.
Okay.
The reason we're having you here today because we already approved you. How would you like if we disapproved you? And then you wouldn't have to speak. So instead, since we've already approved you, we'd like to spend some more time with you. So come up here and tell us a little something.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the Board, Chancellor. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the approval. Thank you for not tabling a vote for disapproval. I'm very honored to have...
Welcome to your first meeting. This is the first time this has ever happened in my 15 years, as enjoyable as it was. So,
yes, sir.
This isn't an every meeting occurrence.
And I appreciate the students being here to share their voice. I think that's really a role that the Division of Student Affairs has, is to continue to be an advocate for students, both for their experience on campus and looking forward with intentional focus on how we're going to prepare the students as they move on from us and prepare to take the next step on their journey. So I think today's student voice and student advocacy is a good example of that. And this division surely will continue to advocate for that and at the same time make sure that this experience supports them and provides the services they need. But it's certainly an honor to be on this team and to move the division forward in a path that was set forward by very accomplished predecessors. And I look forward to working with the Chancellor and this tech cabinet as we move towards our vision of Top 50. So thank you for having me here today. It was a pleasure.
Well, thank you, Dr. Kittle. That was short and sweet. And thank you, Chancellor, for the introduction. This item was presented for information only and requires no action by the committee. Next on our agenda is BOR 6. Approval is requested for updates to the sexual misconduct policy, University of Houston System Donna Cornell, Vice Chancellor of Legal Affairs. General Counsel, will you please present this item?
Yes, Chairman. The policy that you have in front of you just has some minor edits. As you'll recall, state law requires this to come to the board every 2 years for approval. There are only minor edits in this one. I would consider them really fairly insignificant. And they're set forth. We've got things like bringing the retaliation section into alignment with our anti-discrimination policy, citing some cites to the labor code, fixing the jurisdictional statement, adding the full definition of sexual harassment from the federal regs into the appendix. So they're fairly minimal changes. I do expect to come back to the board in August or November with a full redo after the Department of Education releases new regulations, which we expect sometime soon, probably this summer, so I'll have something to do. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. If not, may I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? This item is hereby approved. BOR 7, approval is requested for the creation of an academic research foundation, University of Houston System. This is the next item to be presented to the board. Dr. Claudia Newhauser, Interim Vice President, Vice Chancellor for Research. Will you please present this item?
Good afternoon. Is that clicker? Oh, there's no clicker.
Should be right there.
This one. Okay. Oops. I would like to give you some background of why universities have established research foundations. So this is more historical context. These are the 6 most important ones, and I will go through each of one in the next couple of slides. Let me start with segregation of public and private funds. It's sometimes necessary or it's advantageous to us to separate these funds to get more flexibility in how we can use these funds. The second one is probably one of the most important ones as far as we're currently concerned. It's not rare that we get requests from faculty. They want to apply for an opportunity. They ask us for eligibility and it says you have to be a 501c3 to apply for this. So we've had several of those recently where we're not able to apply. They come both from the federal government. The Department of Education has numerous opportunities where you have to be a 501c3 to apply. And we also have seen this in philanthropic arms of companies, that they have opportunities where we can apply for funding, but you have to be a 501c3 to apply, and we're not. It also, universities have used this to increase flexibility and manage risk better. There's sort of a layer of insulation between what the university has to do, the policies to follow, and what the foundation has. For instance, procurement and employment policies and regulations. It allows also to look at non-traditional assets, like real estate, for instance. Universities have used that. The fifth one is the entrepreneurial flexibility. That's something, for instance, I used to be at the University of Wisconsin where there's the War Foundation. That's one where all the commercialization of the university goes through that foundation. That gives more flexibility, and it's actually a huge driver for faculty to go there. It's very attractive to have that. And the final one is it allows shifting of mission. The university have a certain mission. The foundation can have a slightly different one that focuses more on economic development and getting funding for research. So those are some of the reasons why universities have started foundations. There's also current pressure. As you all know, current funding from the federal government and state government is pretty much stagnant. This hasn't increased a whole lot. So looking for other opportunities for get funding for research is certainly something that we should try to do. As I mentioned with the University of Wisconsin Foundation, for instance, the competitiveness of having a flexible arm where you can get funding, whether it's through commercialization or through other funding opportunities, that would help us increase our research expenditures. And then sort of decreasing funding from other sources. I think there's sort of a way of trying to figure out, are there other funding opportunities that we currently cannot access, and the ones that require you to be a 501c3 are really good examples of those. And so the reason why we've been talking about why we should create one is really sort of to focus on the economic development for the state, for the city of Houston, that we can tap into more opportunities so that we can increase our research footprint here. And here are just a few of the universities that have done this. I've mentioned University of Wisconsin. There are other Texas universities that have already done that. So this is actually a fairly common vehicle that we see in other universities to get that flexibility, whether it's on a commercialization side or whether it's to get more funding from agencies or private foundations where you have to be a 501c3. And currently we do not have that opportunity. That's the end of my presentation.
So is this foundation, what's the crossover in staff and faculty? How does that relationship work? Is it really freestanding, or is it an account?
There will be some overlap in staff. There may be some external staff as well. It's not uncommon for our foundations to have some overlap in staff, and we'll have specific rules with regard to that. We put those in our support organization agreements. So it's not that uncommon, and typically you'll see a lot of overlap.
No, I get it. I understand the advantages, and am certainly in favor of any way we can enhance our ability to increase our research capacity. I guess I'm just looking at how this fits in our overall org chart. And if it really sits outside the university, in fact, or does it, are we adding a layer of?
We are not going to add a layer of employees.
Are we adding another layer of admin and
No.
overhead here? I mean,
No,
that
you know,
fights with the objective. What's going on?
If you get federal funding, for instance, that are only for 501c3, to go through that. But our staff, we would make sure that there's a separation, but there's a certain percentage for the staff to administer them through the foundation. I mean, we have research administrators who manage our awards. So it's not that we would duplicate exactly what we have in the foundation, but there has to be a separate arm.
What is our role here?
Your role, number one, is to approve it. And after that, I mean, I can go into more detail, but you won't have a fiduciary, you don't have a direct fiduciary duty as it relates to the foundation itself.
It's any different than we have now.
Correct. It would be the same kind of relationship you have with other supporting organizations. So
Other
you actually
foundations.
assert your fiduciary duty through those agreements.
I know we have time
I know, I'm
constraints.
getting too technical.
I'm glad we're doing whatever we can to expand our research capacity.
Yes, it's very similar. That same kind of relationship.
There are several research grants that cannot be accepted, especially the classified type. That's where we are headed with research, so therefore we need this separate organization. Right.
Well, I understand from the presentation we had this morning that it's more complicated to get these research opportunities, and sometimes they require additional outside facilities and all.
And a lot of people think we're a 501c3. We're not. We are obviously nonprofit.
We want to give everybody the opportunity to contribute, and tax deduction is always an incentive. So, thank you.
So Bauer Foundation is not 501c3?
No, the foundations are 501c3s. The University of Houston is not.
Okay. So we are creating one more foundation, and I remember talking about Bauer. We had some kind of problem with them at one time.
No, not really, but this one is not for that. This is for research only, for research grants. Because we are starting to work with Department of Defense and Navy now, and classified, work which cannot be accepted by public university. It has to go to 501.
Are we good? Just give me 1 second, please.
15.
All right, thank you so very much. Does anyone have any further questions? I thought we had a research foundation, and I realized this past week that we didn't, We have so many foundations around here. Do we have a student affairs foundation?
We need
Anybody?
one more. We need one more.
All right. Thank you. May I hear a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? This item is hereby approved. The last item to be presented to the board for approval is BOR 8, request for approval of the President's decisions relating to the Student Fees Advisory Committee recommendations. Vice Chancellor Cornell, will you please present this item?
Yes. State law establishes the Student Fees Advisory Committee at each campus in the University of Houston system. The purpose is to, quote, advise the Board of Regents, presidents, and administration of the University of Houston system on the type, level, and expenditure of compulsory fees for student services collected, unquote. State law provides that the committee, quote, shall conduct appropriate inquiry, unquote, and then, quote, submit a report recommending the type, level, and expenditure of compulsory fees, end quote. The president is required to duly consider the recommendations, and if the president's recommendations are, quote, substantially different from the advisory committees, the advisory committee will be notified, and they were notified by the president's letter of February 2nd, 2024, which is in your materials. The advisory committee can then request to appear at the Board of Regents meeting where the president's recommendations will be considered, which they have done. As the final budget will be presented in May, the president wanted the students to have the opportunity to reassess their decisions if, in fact, the board approves the board president's decision. You will hear first from the students and secondarily from our vice chancellor for administration and finance, and their presentations will be 3 to 5 minutes. And the students would come forward first.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Yusuf Kadi. I'm a sophomore mechanical engineering student and the chair of the Student Fees Advisory Committee. I stand before you today representing the voices of the student body to argue several points. That investment in critical, life-saving student services will result in the long-term betterment of the institution. That the rationale for rejecting SFAC's recommendations is misguided and flawed. And that the student body majority is in support of the recommendations President Couture has rejected. First, I will address the provided reasoning supporting the rejection of the $1.5 million reallocation from athletics to various other student services. The response only considers nominal investment, not per capita student investment, which I believe would paint an entirely different picture as school size and enrollment figures vary widely across the Big 12. The response also entirely omits the $3.3 million of annual student investment in athletics facilities for the reason that it is not under the advisement of SFAC. Just because the committee does not have the authority to reallocate this funding does not nullify the fact that it is student investment exactly like funding under the advisement of SFAC, and must be considered as such for comparative purposes. To be clear, the committee is not recommending a cut to the $3.3 million that funds the stadium and arena debt service. We are only making a reallocation recommendation of $1.5 million that athletics receives towards their general operations. Doing otherwise would amount to comparing apples to oranges. Data directly obtained from the athletics department details an $8.3 million investment from student service fees towards athletics compared to the Big 12 average of $4.5 million. I find it exceptionally concerning that internal documents clearly label the facts this way, yet the data is being presented very differently here. Additionally, the response implies that the funding reallocation would be crippling to the success of the athletics department, when for this fiscal year, the reallocation only amounts to 0.05% of the department's operating budget, and later fiscal years are likely amount to less. Disapproving of the athletics funding reduction amounts to a simple disagreement in funding priorities, but refusing to accept SFAC's inquiry into athletics via external review constitutes a serious breach of the Texas Education Code, Chapter 54.5062, as well as the Memorandum of Understanding that the university signed in exchange for student support for athletic facilities constructions. The MOU states that the student body may appoint a committee, and I quote, for the purpose of reviewing overall facility usage and financial performance. This further legitimizes our recommendations to conduct an external review of athletics with further legal backing. The response to the recommendations for an external review of athletics argues that the Student Fees Advisory Committee is, and I quote, acting beyond its explicit scope and charter when it recommends that athletics undergo an external review. The committee is explicitly granted the power to, and I quote, conduct appropriate inquiry into the type, level, and expenditure of any compulsory fees to be charged under Section 54.5061 of this code and into the expenditure of money generated from those fees. As athletics is a unit that receives and expends compulsory fees, it is subject to the scrutiny of the Student Fees Advisory Committee. Further, due to the astonishing lack of any form of accounting for how compulsory fees are expended, a problem unique to the athletics department when compared to the other 32 units under SFAC's advisement, the committee felt that it was necessary to perform inquiry into the expenditure of compulsory fees charged and allocated for the athletics department in line with Section 54.5062. SFAC fully understands its advisory role, hence why it recommended that President Couture approve the funding decision to allocate $200,000 as a maximum budget for the external review. It is for the reason that SFAC is an advisory committee that I am standing here today urging the board for approval of these recommendations. There are decades of strong precedent for SFAC forming review committees that produce reports to further scrutinize units that are not up to par, with the most recent example being in fiscal year 2018 when a review committee established to investigate the Council of Ethnic Origins' use of compulsory fees. The response claims that SFAC, and I quote, SFAC hiring an outside consultant does not constitute an appropriate inquiry. However, it provides no arguments for that assertion. The response also claims that Section 54.5062 does not authorize the hiring of an outside consultant. However, according to Section 54.5061, student services is defined to include operating costs for the Student Fees Advisory Committees. It is written in statute that SFAC advises the President on expenditures of fees for student services, thereby allowing expenditures for operating costs for Student Fees Advisory Committees. The $200,000 allocation to fund an external review of athletics is an operating cost of the committee that is necessary to fulfill its mission to conduct appropriate inquiry into the department and is legally supported. All of the arguments presented do not address our core argument, instead only attacking minor supporting details. The rejection reasoning for the $1.5 million reallocation does not address the core issue, being that student services are facing a critical need for funding, and lack of funding is harmful to the student body and institution. Instead, only attacking details such as the funding comparisons between institutions, albeit not well. The rejection reasoning does not address our core argument, that the athletics department has wholly failed to provide the bare minimum amount of accounting to the committee, instead choosing to attack our legal basis for authority to conduct such an inquiry, albeit not well. The reality is that student services on campus are drastically underfunded for the sake of directing over 1 in 3 student dollars towards athletics, resulting in rampant vacancies across many university departments, immense caseloads for all staff, and the quality of services suffering as a result of these two factors. President Couture's commitment that, quote, students are our #1 priority immediately following the tragic suicides last year is a tough sell for myself and the student body, given the funding priorities being demonstrated now.
The administration seems adamant on subsidizing athletics as much as possible at all costs. We on the committee do not have an issue with the athletics subsidy, but we certainly take issue with the at all costs portion of that philosophy. At all costs cannot include services that even the playing field for differently abled students. At all costs cannot include the health and well-being of the student body. At all costs cannot include compromising services that provide accessibility to higher education. At all costs cannot preclude investments into services that literally save the lives of students. As the chair of the Student Fees Advisory Committee, I have sat in on many hours of presentations and meetings from various departments across campus. With that experience, I can report to you today that these student services are absolutely critical for the success of the student body, and the dire need of funding is, if anything, underrepresented. I believe that the other speakers today have attested to this to aid in your decision. I'd like to voice my extreme displeasure with the administration's interference with SFAC's inquiry process and relationship with fee-funded units that were open and honest to SFAC about the dire situation their departments were in were cracked down on by upper administration, culminating in an instance of tensions rising between SFAC and an administrator. Unit leadership was not willing to work with us further following this, and only one can assume what conversations were had behind closed doors. I'd also like to voice my extreme displeasure with not having been provided alternate recommendations as required by state law for the recommendations that were rejected, and only being provided with reasoning for the rejection. Finally, I'd also like to voice my extreme displeasure with President Couture's response to our recommendations. Not only is the decision reckless and callous, but going so far as to threaten funding for critical academic advisors when the topic of an athletics reallocation was broached is antithetical to the message the administration is sharing with its student body following the 2 tragic suicides last year. Cougs care. Cougs do not care. Just as many students chanted outside earlier today. My interactions with administrators, as a once proud Cougar engineering student, have made the Longhorns and Aggies ever so slightly tempting, quite the opposite of the Cougar culture efforts. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, the decision is in your hands. The decision to fund crucial student services that are not only essential to elevating the student experience, thereby increasing graduation and retention rates, but are also life-saving at times. Or the decision to continue subsidizing athletics with student fees, now forcefully at the expense of these student services. So, ladies and gentlemen of the board, with that said, I implore you to be good fiduciaries of our student fees. At a university where 1 out of 2 students are receiving need-based Pell Grants, this money of ours is sacred and should be treated as such.
No, Vice.
Dr. Bartlett?
Bartlett.
Chairman Fertitta, members of the board, Chancellor Couture. Athletics has received an average of about $4.3 million in base budget funding from the student service fee from 2008 to 2024. What I'm referring to is the fee portion that is allocable to operations. The additional funds that have been discussed here today with regards to the student, or the other piece of the student fee, is dedicated pursuant to a referendum approved by students some years ago to support athletics facilities, principally debt service and for the construction of the football and the basketball facility. UH Athletics has not received an increase in its SFAC allocation to support general operations for 14 years, even though operating costs of collegiate athletics have risen due to evolving market conditions. If we look at chart 1 at the top of the page here, you will note that the additional support to athletics as its costs have grown, its budgets have grown, that has been supported through the university's general operating funds. SFAC's allocated support has remained essentially flat and actually dipped in 2024 to $4.2 million. Again, we're speaking specifically to the piece that is allocable for operations. With respect to the university's support, as noted on the top chart in the red line, UH has proposed a plan to reduce the supplemental support by $22 million by fiscal year 2026. Even with this proposed reduction, the UH supplementary support will be higher than the average of the Big 12, which was $12.2 million at the end of fiscal year 2022, the last data that was available at the time of my analysis. Our objective is to work with athletics to responsibly reduce the supplementary university support to be consistent with the Big 12 average over time. If we look at the chart on the bottom of the page, you will note that since 2008, the total revenue for the student fee has actually increased by 41%, or $5.2 million, according to data that I have obtained. This is due to two factors. One, a 35% increase in enrollment, and second, 6 board-approved increases to the fee from 2008 to 2024. And during the same period, the allocation of net revenue to athletics from the fee has actually decreased 1.7%, as noted in the blue line, such that the fee has gone from 33.6% in 2008 to representing 23.3% in fiscal year 2024 of the overall total revenue generated by the fee. If we look at the next slide, I think it's important that as we think about the comparison between the University of Houston and the Big 12, that we not compare apples and oranges. There are many of our peers, now that we're in the Big 12, who have been in the Big 12 for decades. They've enjoyed the opportunity of the revenue from the TV and media rights that we, the University of Houston, have not. Similarly, 2 other entrants into the Big 12, along with the University of Houston in this past year, the University of Cincinnati and the University of Central Florida. 2 universities, I believe, are direct comparables to the University of Houston. And when you look at this chart and compare the support that the University of Cincinnati and the University of Central Florida provide to athletics, there is a stark contrast to the University of Houston. The University of Cincinnati's fee support is for operations, not for facilities or debt service. The University of Central Florida, similarly. To compare the University of Houston to a median or mean of all Big 12 participants when we are in the early stages of our transition, I think, is inaccurate. The average support from the student fee for public universities in the Big 12 is $5 million. But again, I think that's apples and oranges. While the university's support has increased, revenue from student fees has remained relatively flat for the past 14 years. UH is already below its Big 12 conference transitional peers with regards to student fee support, as I noted, and evident here. While UH athletics remains in a period of transition, data shows that a fee reduction of $1.5 million in fee support would position UH even further below the level of fee support being provided by its Big 12 counterparts, especially the University of Cincinnati and UCF. The University of Houston's investment in athletics has culminated in UH joining a Power 5 conference. And our athletics program is expected to continue to enhance its self-generated revenue over time. The university, as I said, is working responsibly to reduce the support to the Big 12 in order to align it with our Big 12 peers as we move forward in our transition. And finally, we believe that there are other resources available to SFAC to meet the investments they seek to make in fiscal year 25 without reducing UH athletics budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. I had Warden Regent, Ms. Cornell, asked to go into executive session to discuss this, but I don't think we need to. I just assume we have an open discussion. Thanks, everybody, for providing information, the students and Dr. Bartlett. Does anybody have any questions for the students or Dr. Bartlett? I know y'all have had a chance to review this and information we've given you all. Would love to have an open discussion about this. If anybody has any questions for anyone.
I have one question. With the reduction that is proposed towards athletics, what will we lose if we go ahead with that reduction? Is it an effect on our operating costs towards free tickets for students? Does anyone have any understanding of what that would
It's really
cost?
$1.5 million of the general fund of athletics, I believe, right?
Right.
It would not impact student tickets. Those are part of the MOU that was brought to your attention actually delineates the number of student tickets. So those are already provided for.
In reality, if you think about it, it's all student money, whether it's coming from the university side, because that's also generated based on students here too. So if there's a reduction, I know Chris Pesman is here, he could probably answer the question, but that probably money will have to be put in from some other source, because I don't know whether his budget is even balanced at this point. Chris, do you have anything to say? Do you want to say anything?
Sure. What you're talking about is it goes against our general operating budget, so then we start. If we're not able to backfill and find the money, then we are working to find ways to cut services. And in that case, the things that we're driving for as we're transitioning into the Big 12. Certainly our revenue generating opportunities. Our student health and welfare have been areas that we've focused on, and this is until we get to be full share members in the Big 12, which is in year 3.
Is this a one-year deal where you're going to be short of 1.5, or it's going to be continual?
No, it's a continuous
And
thing.
you can't get raising more money for the association?
Right. I mean,
No. If it's a 1 year for athletics, let's raise some money for athletics and give them the money, and then they stay back. But that's
what is that?
let's raise some money to give to athletics, that $1.5 million, and then.
It's not a one-time thing.
But
It is-
athletics not going to raise more money
It is
throughout time?
permanent, and I think the analysis that, our goal, long-term goal is that we want to make sure that the subsidy to athletics, so it comes from two sources, the student fee and additional support from the university's operations everywhere. So so our goal is that we need to get to the average of Big 12, may not be immediately, but at least over 4 or 5 years, giving them an opportunity to really increase their revenue. So we looked at what the average is in Big 12, and according to the analysis that the staff did, or Mr. Bartlett did, the average student fee that goes to the public universities, privates don't release their data, is about $5 million. So the student fee from here, at least according to the data, is already lower than that average. On the other hand, the subsidy from additional university operations is about now, I don't know, about 30 million or something, which is way above than what the average is. So the idea is that we just bring these to average, the university subsidy. The question is, what happens when you pull the money from athletics, where does it go? And it's interesting because I heard very carefully from students when they mentioned, and their heart is in the right place. I mean, they're so articulate. They're going to be in Austin or in Washington, D.C. in due time. There's no doubt. And they're just absolutely right about mental health. It is a need nationwide, and it is a great need here. Interestingly, we had already, and I spoke when I had spoken, I think, at Faculty Senate, I think we've already said that when we pull the money out, we were going to put that in academic programs, in advising, and so on, which is also a great need. But because of this mental health crisis that came, I set up task force. There was one task force to look at Agnes Arnold, because that's a building, and then there was one task force that looked at many other things, which included counselors. So, I mean, the students were right when they said that we need to have 35. That's absolutely true, because that's what the statistics said. So the plan has been that as we pull the money, we put all of that toward mental health efforts, because that is some need that came out, you know. So I believe 2 new counselors are already embedded in colleges. We realize that the students are not, so one other interesting thing to find out is we are serving only 4% of students with our mental health services, CAP services. And we had external experts, we had internal experts, they looked through very carefully, they have given all of the recommendations what we need to do. One of them was we need to increase the counselors to 35. The second recommendation was that we embed these counselors in colleges, because the students don't necessarily want to go to faraway places, and if we can embed them, put them next to the advisors, it will be really helpful, because then they can identify, and we need to reach, and not just 4%, but 8% of people. In other words, 4% of those people who are not coming to CAPS, but they do need help. So with that plan, we started, those are the recommendations. And interestingly, I'd already said that as we pull the money, that's where the money will go, to the mental health piece. So,
and how long before that happens?
So 2 counselors have already gone. Our plan is to put 7 counselors. 3 more are currently under,
That's in your budget now.
Right. I mean, so the point all became what happens when we pull the athletics money out, because UCF, University of Cincinnati, and us, all 3 of us, the decision is that when the conference gives money, whatever is that additional money from conference, we take half of it back. And when we take it back, I would love to put it, for academic things like advising. I know that's really critical. But then the mental health issue came, and we said that's the priority, and that's where we need to put. So that's where the money is supposed to go.
I'm from the Rio Grande Valley. In the last 3 weeks, one of my employees and one of my friends, one was a daughter, the other one was his girlfriend's brother that committed suicide.
Right.
The sheriff went out there, and he said in the last month and a half, 10 kids have committed suicide. So it's something that needs to be looked at seriously.
It is a nationwide issue. All the universities are grappling with it, and we understand, especially coming out of pandemic. I mean, it is tough.
And I know we talked about going to Big 12 is going to be great for us. There'll be probably more money, more recognition, which means probably more students coming in here. Is that laid out in the pro forma or the budget moving forward?
For athletics, you mean?
No, for just the whole university. You start winning, you know, people want to come to UH, as it is great. Look where we are now versus when I was here.
I think
You've done a great job.
I think you're absolutely right. We need to be going to the legislature like we did last time, and even Commissioner explained to the legislature how much funding gap there is and how much unmet need is there for students. And we know finances are a big crunch for the students. So legislature decided no more tuition increase, and many other states have done it, like Florida has frozen, for 7 years in a row. But then the legislature provides the funding, and Commissioner had also requested, and all the chancellors had requested funding about 10%, but the legislature gave far less funding. I think one of the things will be there's so much of unmet need, so much of this thing, and I think we all have that work to do, to go to the legislature and just present our case.
Legislature, you got us, let's say Texas Tech.
Right.
These guys got all that money in the puffs, and then they go take some of that money. And
Exactly.
Something's to be done about that.
Exactly. So
We can't expect to compete with people like that, and you know what I'm talking about.
I mean, that is so true, and we'll have to go make our case to the legislature, and we'll get our students, because, I mean, obviously they're very articulate to take and do that, but I think that's true. I mean, if we can provide the base services, our goal, that is to get the graduation rates up, which is 72 or 74%, just isn't going to happen. But we just can't leave the athletics, because they have several revenue-generating things, and if they can't put the seeds for those revenue-generating things, like you always say, you need to have developed fundraisers in order to do the fundraising. So I understand that we can't just pull all of the money. So, and it has been a lot of sacrifice on the part of the academic side, because the money that has gone in addition to it actually has gone from academics. I mean, that's the.
Well, I mean, like what I see in UT and A&M, they do politics and athletics ahead of academics. And we talked about that before.
So the students can hear everybody.
I'm sorry, what I said, Chancellor and I have talked about the big schools here. They do politics and athletics ahead of academics. I think academics should come first, but that's an opinion. But saying, is there a way we can raise the $1.5 million, and then hopefully we get more students, we figure out a way to subsidize the money for that?
Let me ask a question. What I was trying to look for earlier, would the president come up here, please, of the advisory committee, who just spoke? What I was looking for is, y'all had put together a list, I believe, of where you wanted to spend the $1.5 million?
Yes. So
where is that list?
Okay, in the introductory statement that we make, we break down where this funding is going. So we recognize the critical need for merit increases across all of these student services. Because of the rampant vacancies, they were not able to provide services to students. Departments were coming to us saying, a good example, the Center for Student Empowerment lost $300,000 in student scholarships derived from grants over several years due to lapsed salary due to vacancies. So we recognized that issue, and we gave merit increases to all of these units as recommended by the HR compensation analysis. We also, that amounted to $900,000. The other $600,000 we were unable to fund units with this year due to units not being willing to work with us. We were considering force funding units because units with clear need were not receptive to receiving more funding. I can let you understand why.
I know, but I'm trying to see specifics. From what I can see, I don't see where any of the money y'all want to take. I'm reading all these signs, and I'm so appreciative of the mental health, but I don't see where you were allocating the money back to mental health.
Right, so the unit that I speak about is actually CAPS. We spoke with CAPS, and I may or may not want to list names, but leadership was not receptive to receiving funding increases despite heated conversations between us about how they desperately needed this money and how outside perspectives indicated how they desperately needed this money. Yet there was a refusal to accept this funding from SFAC. So we have reserved it because we ran out of time. We have reserved $600,000 for the next funding committee. And I will remind you that I am a 2-year appointment, and I will be here next year to continue this through. And that money has been reserved for causes such as this. And that it will not be lost that CAPS received $284,000 of base funding increase this year.
You understand that if we took the money from, if we gave that $1.5 million back to where you guys wanted to spend it, all we're going to do is take it out of somewhere else in the university that you might want to fund anyway. There's a $1.5 million deficit in the athletic department that.
What I'm hearing is that athletics funding going down is non-negotiable, and it will come out of some other service that benefits students. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is an unfortunate statement, Chairman.
Is that a correct statement?
So our athletics budget is roughly the same as Cincinnati and UCF's. So I don't know if they can reduce their expenses any further, but I think our way out of all of this is really getting them to become self-sufficient, getting them to raise more revenue.
Yes.
Because they shouldn't be taking money from any of the two places, either more from a student fee. I would just say we should always watch for the average, and neither from the other sources, because the other sources also, as I say, all money is a student money, whether it goes from this end or it goes from this end. So getting them to be self-sufficient is the way out from here. The question becomes how much runway they need and what kind of seed money they need in order to become self-sufficient.
Yes,
I think.
I'd like to respond to that. So one of my most pressing questions for athletics was, why was the university pulling out institutional support so quickly? And if you take a look at the email I sent, I believe, Mr. Johnson, your chief of staff, several weeks ago, one of my most pressing questions was where the institutional funding, the institutional subsidy that is being pulled out of athletics is going. And that is a question that I've been asking since September, and I have not yet gotten an answer. I have gotten conflicting opinions, but I have not gotten an answer.
I think Mr. Bartlett should, the CFO would have the answer where it's going, but, you know, Raymond?
Into a pilot program for the first year experience, and the rest of it is going into the Agnes Arnold Hall project, which, as you may know, increased in cost from what was originally a $23 million project up to a $61 million project.
So my next question then is, why has the administration made it so hard for the committee to access this information, has made it difficult, put roadblocks in the way of the committee to fulfill their legislatively mandated duty?
I can't respond to that. I don't know.
Thank you.
In the report that I have, and I would love to hear if you agree with me or not, because I didn't do the books, but it shows that all counseling services was not cut from the budget, that it's all still there, anything to do with mental health.
That is correct. So
I'm trying to figure out why because that's a concern to me when y'all came in and said it was cut from the mental health budget. And the reading that, has it been cut from the mental health budget, yes or no?
I think you misunderstand, Chairman. So the sentiment...
I'm really trying to understand.
Yes, sir. So the sentiment is that athletics receiving 1 in 3 student dollars takes a very, very large share, considering it is 1 out of 33 fee-funded units. And that starves, that chokes out the other units, and they have conveyed that to us. Not specifically about athletics, but looking at the financial details, it is clear to see. And I will emphasize that the funding that you mentioned is specifically not from the $1.5 million reduction that is going towards mental health services such as CAPS. Yes, you are correct. That was initially requested. That was not additional funding that we provided. However, I was attempting to pull teeth to speak with people about finding the issues within CAPS. and funding solutions to those issues. I remember repeating that phrase numerous times. Funding solutions to those issues. Please bring us your issues and we will fund solutions. There was a complete lack of engagement with that.
Well, I apologize for that as chairman of the university. I can't answer that. I wasn't a part of it. I'm just trying to understand your wants and needs today. And all I can do is, in front of everybody, is say, well, y'all please be more cooperative. If y'all are not being as cooperative as we should be with this student council.
So with
Comments?
the mental health task force, we did have students on the mental health task force as well as Agnes Arnold. Do you have that report from the mental health task force, which we are trying to implement now?
Yes,
which we
absolutely.
Okay, good.
One of the
Please.
initial steps
Okay.
of our investigation was obtaining those reports, and you can reach out to our advisor, Dean of Students, Donnell Young, for confirmation of that.
Good.
Once obtaining those, we presented those reports to CAPS and leadership,
Good.
governing, leadership over CAPS, and we explained to them, these are the recommendations they made. These are recommendations that need funding. How can we tailor our funding to create solutions for the issues that you're facing that are clearly outlined in these recommendations?
Right.
Again, there was no engagement to that, and I can only wonder why.
Well, let me just say this, okay? This is the process. Y'all had a problem with the chancellor's decision, and you've somewhat appealed it, not somewhat, and your next part of the process is appeal it to the board. And, you know, I've always tried to keep clear to this board that we're oversight, we're not management, okay? And we set new policy. And I personally, and we'll put this to a vote, have a problem because I personally feel like it's a management decision. She understands the budget of the whole university much better than anybody else in this room except the chief financial officer. And if the chief financial officer and the chancellor are recommending to me that when they look at everything, and I know this for a fact, okay, because I've worked with her for 15 years, that no one cares more about the students and the student needs than Chancellor Couture. I know that because I've seen her in private meetings defending everything that students do. She carries your flag, but she is telling myself and the board, when we look at our whole budget, this is where this $1.5 million is best spent today, because I'm meeting the needs of the mental health, not every other area of the students. So
any survey of the student body would disagree with that, and there would be a supermajority in favor of funding student services that are clearly in dire straits.
absolutely.
Between now and May, when we bring the budget, which is where these decisions would ultimately be codified through an approval of the budget by the board, there is opportunity to go back and look at what I said earlier in my comments, that I believe there are other opportunities to generate additional revenue that would meet the needs. That's not what I'm talking about. So there is opportunity to generate revenue from the existing fee structure that I believe would enable SVAC to meet its objective.
Could you please explain in a little bit more detail how not increasing the student fee with a flat or declining enrollment will result in more revenue for the Student Fees Advisory Committee?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, instead of I don't know what Chairman
I
wants
think
to
it's
do.
something that should be taken offline, and I think working with the Vice President of Student Affairs, and I'd be happy to engage. We can absolutely work with you to figure that out.
I can guarantee that had a large movement not come together today, had there not been press coverage, this meeting would have gone differently. And I think that waiting out some of those pressure factors is the most likely strategy of the administration, and that is something that we considered. So we would like to ask that a vote is taken today.
What do they want?
Y'all keep this discussion going for a minute, please.
Who is the vice chairman? You're the vice chairman? I don't know. I don't know. He said to keep it going. He said to keep it going.
Hello? Excuse me. Hello? We're going to adjourn for a few minutes. Hello? Hello? Can everybody hear me? Hello? Hello? We're going to adjourn for...
I leave for 1 minute, and this is what happens. The recess is over. Mr. Vice Chair, you didn't keep control very well.
No gun. No badge.
I'm going to make a recommendation, and I would like the board to vote on it. I want to table this, and then I want to get Youssef, Paul Kittle, Raymond Bartlett, and Don, I would like you to join this group also and see if the four of you all can please work this out. And let's table this for today. And I do not like to see problems reappear. Not that this is a problem, but let's, the four of y'all come back with a solution so we don't have to do this again.
May I comment?
Yeah, that is my motion.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you all very much for your support. Y'all can go on about your day, and the four of y'all somebody will circulate and figure this out. Sir?
I'd like to impress upon the Board of Regents and University Administration that this was not a one-off. This is something that will happen again, and delaying will not solve anything. So I hope you are ready to come to the table seriously. Thank you.
Okay. I appreciate that. But at the same time, I said y'all will come back with a solution. Okay. I don't table things unless we're going to come back with a solution. Thank you all very much. We will now move to section 6 on your agenda, the Chancellor's report. Did you get that, the notes? You got that? Okay.
I don't know what I did.
You can use your words to put my words.
Here it is. Okay, I found it. Sorry. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to just give a brief report about what's happening on our campuses. So first, at the University of Houston, an anonymous donor made a $3 million commitment to support scholarships for working junior and senior level undergraduate students at the Cullen College of Engineering and the C.T. Bauer College of Business. The funds will be used to award up to $8,000 in scholarships to support students' degree completion. The funds will be leveraged as a dollar-for-dollar match up to $1 million annually for 3 years as part of UH Giving Day and other major gift efforts. And this was an anonymous gift of $3 million. The world-renowned Morse School Concert Chorale at the University of Houston has been named one of the 20 most impressive college choirs in the country by College Rank. Coming in at number 10 on the list, Betsy Cook Weber, professor of choral studies and director of the concert chorale, plans to leave UH after more than 2 decades to join the Houston Chamber Choir as artistic director and conductor. Gerald D. Hines College of Architecture and Design is more than buildings. A recent graduate for the college is the winner of Global Footwear Student Award. As a student, he designed an athletic shoe. Now, this is a College of Architecture and Design student. He designed an athletic shoe called Flight, inspired by dragonflies and geckos. He completed the project in his studio led by Jeff Fang, Industrial Design Core Director, and Adam Wells, Associate Instructional Professor. UH joined IBM's Qiskit Fall Fest, a global network of quantum computing events on college campuses that promotes quantum computing education and showcases its impact on data processing. UH was selected by IBM as one of the only 34 schools nationwide to participate. UH men's basketball team, of course, continues to set new standards for excellence. During the last probably 80 weeks now, the team has been ranked in top 25 nationally. It's the longest active streak in NCAA Division I, and at this point, Cougars are ranked number 2. Houston philanthropist Elaine Finger has made a generous $2 million gift for an endowed chair to advance education, research, and innovation in business and healthcare at UH. The Elaine W. Finger Endowed Chair in Healthcare Business Innovation will be a joint appointment in the C.T. Bauer College of Business and the Tillman J. Fertitta Family College of Medicine. At the University of Houston Clear Lake, UH Clear Lake is the beneficiary of a significant contribution from WellBe Financial, leading to the establishment of the largest intern scholarship endowment in the university's history. The scholarship is available to students from any college or discipline. Its primary goal is to alleviate the financial strain associated with unpaid internships, enabling students to concentrate on their academic pursuit and professional growth. UH Clear Lake's Master of Science in Nursing Education and Leadership program will welcome its first students in fall of 2024. The program supports Bachelor of Science in Nursing degree holders. This graduate program will prepare students for advanced roles in education and leadership across academic or clinical settings. Then a team of College of Science and Engineering students won the grand prize of $20,000 in the NASA Minority University Research and Education Project Innovation and Tech Transfer Idea Competition. Led by space radiation physicist Christine Ferron, they developed galvanic gas, an innovative wound healing solution using NASA's electroactive material for wound healing patent. Additionally, they received a grant to license the NASA patent for their business proposal. A lot is going on in downtown in support of college accessibility for all students, including low-income first-generation students. UH Downtown and the statewide school district, Harmony Public Schools, signed an inaugural memorandum of understanding on the UHD campus. They represented the 150 Harmony Public School seniors already admitted to UHD for fall 2024 as compared to the 46 Harmony alumni in the current UHD freshman class. In the late 2023, UH Downtown was one of 46 higher education institutions across the U.S. named as a Fulbright Hispanic Serving Institution Leader. This is the first time for UHD to receive this honor. Fulbright HSI leaders demonstrate noteworthy support for Fulbright exchange participants and promote Fulbright program opportunities on campus. In 2022, 4 UHD faculty members, Natasha Poggio, Edmund Cueva, Shehnaz Savani, and Rahul Verma, were named Fulbright scholars. UH Downtown also has a 45-foot-tall helium-filled EDU gator mascot with a 30-foot tail, made its debut in the 74th annual HEB Thanksgiving Day Parade. 30 UHD merit scholars, the UHD drumline, cheerleaders, dance team, club team athletes, and members of sororities and fraternities led the way as the giant gator marched with thousands watching across the region. Now at Victoria, UH Victoria has been named number 3 in the small college category in Texas, according to a recent ranking published by Niche. The ranking was calculated using metrics that include more than 500,000 verified college reviews from students and analyzing data from other sources such as the U.S. Department of Education and the National Science Foundation. Joe Dahlstrom's impactful career in libraries across Victoria and the state is now being recognized with an award from the Texas Library Association. The Texas Library Association recently announced that Dahlstrom, who served as the UH Victoria's Library's senior director for more than 30 years, will be added to the list of Texas Library champions. Finally, UH Victoria has been recognized across 10 different categories according to Intelligent.com. In its latest rankings of programs and universities in the US UHV in the US. UHV has 6 programs in the top 20, with the online masters in creative writing coming in at number 7, 4 in the top 50, most notably number 29 for best online colleges in Texas. Evaluations are based on quantitative measures such as academic quality, graduation rate, cost, return on investment, and student resources. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chancellor, for your remarks. I would now like to go into our executive session. The Regents will now go into executive session pursuant to the sections of the Texas Government Code listed on page 4 of your agenda. We are hot. Okay. We are hot. I'd like to reconvene the Board of Regents meeting. The Regents met in executive session and conferred with the General Counsel over numerous issues, and the board worked tremendously hard in the executive session. And after all of that, no action was taken in executive session. So, Dr. Couture, do you have any further comments?
No, I do not. Thank you.
If there's no further business to come before the board, this meeting is hereby adjourned.